Shadows asleep amidst the trees. Bats all a swaying in the breeze. But one so light, anxious, wide awake, fearing all manner of ghouls, hags and rakes. For your dolly Polly sleep has flown, don't dare let her tremble alone. For the wheelchair, heartless cold, paid in coin of gold. He comes, he'll go, leave naught behind but heartache and woe. Deep, deep woe. It's all silent for the night. Hours turned in as daylight dies. But when so light lunches wide awake, fearing all manner of ghouls, hags and rakes, my dear Dolly.
Hi everyone, and welcome to our third night of the Parameet. We're bringing this to you from the Haunted Antiques Paranormal Research Centre in Hinckley, Leicester, and we are sponsored by Sims Vintage Antiques in Wootton Warren near Stratford. So a big welcome to everybody. Night 3, it's going to be exciting. We've got lots of teams lined up, lots of people this evening, so it's all good. So we're kicking off tonight, aren't we, Neil?
We are. We're just going to have a couple of minutes chat about last night's, aren't we?
We are.
So how did you think it went last night, Jane?
Yeah, really good. It's just so interesting to speak to new people, new teams, just see what they're up to, how they investigate. It's just always good to just meet new people. You know, this is what the Para Unity is all about, and this is what we wanted to bring together in this Parameet.
Yeah. What's been nice, I've seen quite a few comments today that people have said how good it's going, and they followed other people's Facebook pages.
Yeah.
So the people are following other people simply because of this Parameet, which is the name of the game. That's why we're doing it, isn't it?
Yeah. And it is nice to see different faces rather than the more, more popular, famous faces. It's just nice to see other teams who you wouldn't normally see out and about there. So it's just so nice to see and meet new people.
Yeah. So it's nearly 7 o'clock. I forgot what time it was there. So of course we want this to get to as many people as we can. So if please share it to all the pages, share it to your friends. It's free. We're not asking for stars or anything. So just keep sharing and keep commenting. That's what we want. We want lots of comments and lots of likes. So shall we bring Cameron in?
Yes.
I think he's poised. I can see he's poised to join us. There he is.
Hi there.
I've just got to turn his microphone on. Hi, Cameron.
Hey guys, how are you?
We're good. We can hear you now.
That's the start.
So, how are you doing, Cameron?
Yes, we're really good. We're obviously missing the paranormal investigations due to COVID, but we can't wait to get back investigating again. Really, I hope you guys are well too.
We're just about coping.
Yeah.
I am getting tired, I must admit, but this is only night 3.
I don't know how you do it sometimes, Neil. I really don't.
Well, we've got to actually. Danielle is watching from Australia. She says morning from Australia, so that's cool.
Oh,
thanks for
good
watching.
Morning.
Thanks to everyone who's watching. There's loads of people watching, which is fantastic, which is what we want. Okay, then. I know who you are, Cameron.
Yes, we have met before.
We have met. do you want to tell everyone who's watching who you are, what your group is, to start off with?
Okay, yep. So I'm Cameron. I work for Haunted Houses. We're a national company. We do locations all across the UK. And what we do, we're basically an events company. We'll take guests into haunted locations and we'll give them a really good night out. I mean, I hope they have a good night out. Anyway, we've never had a bad comment. We've always had good comments about our nights. So yeah, that's what we really do. Is as it says on the name, we are an events company and we will take guests to and to from paranormal locations.
So Gemma says haunted house is massive teamy.
Yes,
you know Gemma.
Yeah, she's part of our Wales team.
Okay, so you've got different teams all around the country then?
Yes, we have a northern section. We have the southeast section, and we have the Welsh section as well.
Okay. So what section are you?
So I am Team Southeast, so proudly representing the South.
So Southeast actually covers us as well, then, didn't it? Because you came up to the centre.
Yes, we did. Yeah, we did that as a private event, and that's what we like to do sometimes as well.
Yeah. So do you like to go into new locations as a team first, so you know all about it?
Yeah, I mean, what we will do sometimes is we'll private hire locations and we will investigate them as friends, really, and as a team, because that way you can scout out what there is at a location. So we need to obviously know what spirits haunt the location so we can inform the guests if they ask, or if we're on a public night and a spirit comes through with the name George, for example, we could say, well, George has been known to come through to us before. So it's a way of collaborating, really, and we'll always go and look at the location beforehand.
Yeah, that makes sense. Let's put some more comments up. I'm getting loads of notifications. Christopher Shell says, hello, Cam and all. Hi.
Hi, Chris.
Sarah says, Southeast, my stomping ground too. Sarah's one of our regulars. Stephen Moore says, Team Southeast all the way. Laugh out loud.
Yeah.
Good old Barry, he shared it. Thanks, Barry. Okay, then. Colette says, where in the northwest do you investigate? Because I know Colette's up the northwest.
Yeah.
So do you go anywhere up there?
Yeah, so we have a couple of locations, and I know Chris, who's just been on, will be able to help me out with this. We have Morecambe Winter Gardens. We also do Smithills Hall in Manchester, and we used to do it. It was Tower Park Hotel. That was one of our other locations we did up there. We also, I can't exactly remember which other ones we did, but I mean, Chris will be able to help me out with that. He's obviously the big man in charge of haunted houses, so he'll be able to reference any locations.
So Chris is the top dog then?
Yeah, he's the top man.
Yeah. Have you got a question for Cameron, Jane?
Yeah, I was just wondering how long they've been going and sort of what brought them together in the first place.
So, personally, I'm unsure how long haunted houses have been going for. However, I do know I've known Chris for a long time, and I've known Chris since his childhood was into the paranormal, and that's where it originated from. Was his childhood? That's where he wanted to experience more of it. He never used to be positioned as a paranormal leader who was in a regular job, but then he decided that he has a big passion for this. So that's where it all started. I believe it was in the early 2000s. I believe he started the company. It's just grown and grown, really. In fact, 2014. Sorry, yeah.
There we go. Chris.
Early 2000s.
Yeah. Let's put some more comments up. Claire says, I live in Widnes. That's a bit too far from Manchester. So if you got anywhere near Widnes, I'm sure Colette would be interested in coming along as a guest.
Yeah, absolutely.
Chris says, Heskin Hall, Morecambe Winter Gardens, Rycliffe Hall, Bolling Hall, lots up north.
Yeah, originally Haunted Houses is a northern company, so we have expanded a lot up there. And we've got a lot of cracking locations up there that are worth investigating.
Yeah. Okay, Sarah says, we'll have to look at joining you guys on some of your locations in the southeast.
Yeah, it is really worth doing. A lot of people, they tend to think of the north as a haunted area, but down south we've also got a lot of history. For example, in Kelvedon Hatch in Essex, that's a good location to try. We've got Fort Widley down here as well in Portsmouth. That's a really good one. Is that I've done that a few nights, and that's really worth doing. We've got we also have Fort Pembroke, if I'm saying it right. I'm yet to experience that myself, but I can't wait to try it. We've also got Wimmering Manor down here as well in Portsmouth. So there's really like an array of locations to do down here.
Brilliant. Okay, I think this one's going to be aimed at Jane. This is Barry. Jane. Of the night time, I can hear spirit talking in my bedroom at the night time. How do I get them to leave my bedroom, please?
Well, you could start off, Barry, just by saying out loud, can you leave your bedroom? They don't have permission to be there. Leave your bedroom because it's a private, it is your private space, and just see if that works.
Yeah, I must admit, we at our house, we have a couple of kids keep coming down to our house from the centre, right? And I said, I'm in the lounge. And I'll say, look, I don't mind you playing downstairs, but you're not allowed upstairs. And you just set the ground rules, don't you, Jane?
Yeah.
Because
at the end of the day, it is your private space.
Because one of my biggest fears in the paranormal is to wake up in the middle of the night and someone's standing at the bottom of my bed.
Yeah.
I don't want that.
But Julie's had that, hasn't she? Not long after you started collecting your things.
Yeah, Julie had that. She woke up and saw a black shape at the bottom of the bed, and then she woke up one night and she felt like she got hands around her neck. So she was quite happy when I moved all my items to out the carport down here.
It used to happen to me. I had a friend in Scarborough when I used to visit their house. They had a poltergeist.
Yeah.
And when you reversed out the driveway, it always felt like someone was sat in the car with you. But as soon as you got to the bottom of the road, that's when it disappeared. Yeah. So it was like they were making sure that you were leaving. It happened every time. It was a creepy vibe, really.
Okay, a few more comments, which is great. Colette says Mill Street Barracks. That's not too far from me.
Yeah.
So if you do Mill Street Barracks, I'm sure Colette will follow your team.
Yeah, that's really worth doing, is Mill Street Barracks.
Okay, Gemma says we've got Bow Maris Jail, Ruthin Jail, Clwyd Nant y Dri. I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong. Penryn Hall in North Wales that we investigate. There's loads.
Yeah, we also do what's it called? The big mansion in Wales.
Margaret.
It's in Caldecott.
I don't know.
The Wales team might be able to back me up on this.
Yeah, come on, Wales. Come on.
That's it.
Well done. Sarah says might even be able to suggest a few more for you to take on.
Yeah, I mean that's that's always worth doing. As a team, we do accept obviously suggestions from from our customers, from the public. I mean, out there is the knowledge that we need.
Yeah, this is exactly why we decided to do this Parameet, isn't it, Jane?
Yeah.
Now, you've never met Sarah before, or Colette, and I think you got 2 more followers there. Stephen Moore says Kelvedon Hatch is one of my favourite locations. Activity has been amazing.
Yes, we've done Kelvedon a few times, and next year we've got it booked for quite a few nights because we love Kelvedon. It's been one of our most active locations. I would definitely recommend anyone watching come to Kelvedon with us. It really is worth doing. It's an amazing historical place.
Yeah, yeah, we did that once, didn't we, Jane?
Yeah.
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 Okay, then Barry to Jane. Okay, Hudden, will do. Thank you. So that's good. It's good that you can help people as well. Ellie says the Dolphin Hotel in Littlehampton is amazing. Voted #1 location by most haunted experience.
Yeah, we used to do Dolphin, and I actually, before we started doing Dolphin, I actually went for a look around the place with Alison, our manager, and you know, as we were looking around, we were getting activity, and this was during the daytime, and you know, Ellie will be able to back me up on this. The the little room where something got thrown at me, that was a weird experience. Is that? It's fair to say I did jump at that one.
Nah, it's not just me then. I always jump. Sarah says, Stephen Moore, I've investigated Calvary a couple of times. Very interesting place.
Yeah.
And Alison says, one of our teams shall investigate again soon.
Yeah. As I said before, we've got Kelvedon booked quite a few times next year. So really, I would really recommend it. It's worth doing is Kelvedon.
Yeah. Well, the funniest thing about Kelvedon Hatch, it's called the secret nuclear bunker, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
And yeah, you go down the lane, the signs.
Yeah.
that did tickle me, I must admit.
So that's not a secret anymore.
Sarah says, Ellie would love to investigate your hotel. I think that's the Dolphin Hotel.
Yeah.
And Gemma says, Pen Elan.
Yeah, Pennyland. Yeah, that's definitely worth doing.
That definitely sounds like it's in Wales to me.
Yeah, that is definitely Welsh.
Christopher says, Lahoney, Secunda Manor, Margram, Skirrid, Judges, and Cowley Castle.
Yeah,
So,
Margam Castle is really good, and Secunda Manor is an amazing place. It's like you're in a time warp in Secunda Manor.
Yeah, we've only been to Wales once, haven't we, Jane?
Yeah.
And we took our old, because we used to do venues, and then we turned into an investigation team, and then we progressed to this place. But when we started investigating, we actually spent the weekend with the rest of the team at a sort of bed and breakfast. Is it? How would you describe it?
But yeah, it was like a bed and breakfast, like a small hotel, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And it was fantastic weekend. Well, you know, if we could do it again, I'd jump at the chance.
Yeah.
But we were invited there because there was so much activity going on, and it was starting to interfere with the business, and the guests were getting a bit upset. So we went along for the weekend, and we sorted it all out, and we actually stayed in the place while we were there, and we just had some amazing things happen.
Yeah, I'll always remember that weekend. It's brilliant.
That's what I love about doing what we do, is the fact, you know, we make a lot of friends doing this, and as friends we'll go and investigate locations like yourself, Neil. We've been to your location and we absolutely loved it. Couldn't have asked for a better night. And you know, we'll keep doing that, you know, as friends. It is really worth doing.
Yeah, and that's what we need more in the paranormal thing, to build these okay, we'll get on to para-unity now then, because it's gone on to that. What do you think to the word para-unity?
Well, I think there needs to be more cooperation in the paranormal world, because there's too much anger, there's too much rivalry. We don't want that. at the end of the day, we're all here to investigate the same thing. We're all here to answer the question. No one obviously knows what the answer is. You know, we're just here to find out the truth. And I think really, yeah, we do need to cooperate better as, you know, as rival teams. So that's my opinion.
Yeah. Well, let's bring Jane in. What do you reckon, Jane? The word para-unity.
Yeah, I think it does exist in pockets. You know, I don't think you'd ever get it across the whole of the paranormal field. But since we've started at the centre, you know, we had a handful of friends, and look how much it's grown now. And everybody that comes to the centre or anybody that does any work with us always stays friends with us. And it, you know, the friendship does grow and grow. And I think in that sort of sense, para-unity bubbles can grow and grow and grow. And let's just hope that they all grow enough to just sort of all meld up together.
Yeah. And then if the bubbles grow strong enough, we'll push the bad guys out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Yes.
There are some bad teams, not many, but they seem to get all the headlines, don't they? Not all the time, but sometimes. Okay, a question for you again,
Not always
Jane.
for the right reasons, though, is it? It's not always for the right reasons they get the headlines.
Yeah. Question for you, Jane, again from Barry. When we go over to the other side of life, do we see our angels over there?
Yes, you can see angels over there, and you'll also see all your family spirit, you know, your family and spirit that are there, and they'll just all be there waiting for you to help you and to help you move on.
Yep. Ellie says the safe cellar is so active. I think that's on about the dolphin inn again, isn't it?
Yeah, that is a very the whole pub is active, and yeah, especially the cellar. I mean, admittedly, I wasn't at the last investigation at the dolphin, but from the reports I heard from my colleagues and my friends there, is that they had a very, very active night, and a lot of the activity was in the cellar itself.
Yeah. Okay, we're getting loads of comments. I love having comments because it saves us thinking of what to say. Alison says our team shall be returning to the dolphin next year, so watch out for that then, guys. If you fancy investigating the dolphin inn, check out Haunted
sounds very
Houses.
interesting. Yeah. So when you're out investigating with your team or your guests, how do you sort of prefer doing it? Do you prefer sort of old school, or do you take lots of equipment in, or do you like both? You know, how do you tend to sort of work with your team and the guests?
Well, we do a mixture of it really. Sometimes we'll go old school, and sometimes we'll have equipment. What we do is on a night we'll show the guests what equipment we've got, and we'll hand them the K2s and everything. You know, start them off slowly and build up with it. But we have had nights before. A good example, Shepton Mallet, another location of ours. We actually didn't use equipment that night, and we had probably one of the most active nights ever. So, you know, it just depends on the vibe of the night at first. And if guests want to use equipment, they can. We're not going to stop them using it. But I think equipment also, you know, it intrigues guests as well. They want to know more about it. So it makes the night more entertaining for them, because then they can see, you know, possibly equipment going off, REM pods, for example. So, yeah, we do a mixture of it, really.
Yeah. But the thing is with guests, they sometimes they watch the TV shows and they expect the night to be like the TV shows. So and so if the TV shows use all the equipment, that's what the guests probably expect.
Yeah, we state to the guests at the start of the night, we state it's not like, you know, like TV shows where things will happen straight away. We always stress that to people, and 99% of the time guests understand it, really.
Yeah, I do think they're wising up to it nowadays, because they're realizing that's the way paranormal is. It's not You're not going to get stones thrown the second you walk into the building.
No.
Unless you're very, very lucky. It'd be good if you did, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
Okay.
make our job a lot easier.
Okay, more comments. Sarah says yes, but have to go around a farmer's field to get to it. Yeah. Then Sarah says, do haunted houses run any all-night or weekend investigations?
We have done, yes. We have done weekend investigations. We've done the Black-Eyed Children investigation up in Cannock Chase. That's one weekend that we do. Again, Chris will be able to back me up on that. That's the one I know most, is the Cannock Chase one.
Yeah. Okay. So if the Parameet is primarily to bring small teams together, because some locations, I think especially from next year, because I'm sure the prices for the bigger locations are going to shoot through the roof.
Yeah.
Been closed basically all year, haven't they? So they've got to get the money back, which is, I understand. So if there's a small team that want to book on with you, would you sort of allow them to sort of do their own thing, although they are with your night?
Yeah, it's like any night. We'll always allow guests to do what they want. I always state to my guests, I always state, we're here to guide them and supervise them. We're not here to run the night. They're the investigators for the night, and it would go with any small team. We do private events as well. So if any small teams are out there and they want to book on with us, they can. We'll accommodate that. That's not a problem. And yeah, they'll be able to do their own thing.
Cool. Okay. I don't know what that funny noise is. Ali says, I've been doing Facebook live feed ghost hunts on my own here at the Dolphin all the way through lockdown. Being a paranormal investigator 30 years, but the Dolphin is something else.
Yeah, the Dolphin is a very active location. I know it's got a portal as well. If you're a believer in portals, which I sort of do believe in portals, I believe they are out there. Neil, I think you've got one in your location, actually.
I think I might have one or two or three or
hundreds.
The thing is with us, we like portals and we like opening as many as we possibly can.
Yeah.
Okay, next comment. Gemma says, I think the main thing about haunted houses is the family we have made. This is the family we have. I've made friends that I'll have for life. I think that transfers to guests.
Yeah, I completely agree with Gemma there, because I didn't, before obviously paranormal, I didn't have much of a social gathering. Obviously being accepted into haunted houses, again, I've known Chris for years. She's right. You do make a lot of friends in this industry. And the chemistry that you get from that can actually be passed on to the guests. So, and that can also inspire paranormal activity as well. We've seen it happen loads of times when we have the right guests in and we've got that chemistry right, stuff will happen.
Yeah, we all say that, don't we, Jane? I think when teams come to the centre, we know straight away if they're going to have an active night.
I think as well, when you find a load of people that are on your wavelength and that share the same interest as you, where you can openly discuss anything and everything, however weird it is, that's then when you make that real strong bond with that circle of friends. We found that up at the centre, and we've got a whole community of people now all on the same wavelength that come up and just discuss anything and everything, and it's great to be sitting in that sort of circle, because you can't go to work and discuss all about portals or poltergeists and things like that, because it just get you weird, don't they? And you just
okay.
But your location, Neil, is amazing. I mean, when we did it, we had such a good night. So again, the chemistry was there, and I think you're right with that.
Yeah, it's not a bad little place. Alison says our events can run from 8 p.m. till 3 a.m. We also do sleepovers too.
Yeah, that's correct.
This is from Chris. No such thing as power unity among strangers. Only mutual respect between friends you make along the way.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's very true. Oh, Ross says we are going to keep returning back to HAPRC as we are having a bet to see who can get Neil to get his wallet out.
You don't want to do that. The moths are too overwhelming.
And Bloss says good luck with that one.
Brilliant.
It's nice to have mates, isn't it? Chris says once COVID had moved on, Sarah says I've been a member of HAPRC since it started. I can honestly say that you guys have always kept it real with no drama. Yeah.
Yeah. I just think
right.
it's the only way to work, isn't it? It's the only way to work in the paranormal.
The thing is, the centre does have a good reputation. But if we started doing the drama, we would so quickly lose that reputation, and we'd just become another one of those teams that I don't mention. That will never happen.
Yeah, and I think you've just got to look at your own integrity as well. I won't compromise my integrity for anything, and you know, I don't want to see that happen to the centre either, because we've just worked too hard to get it where it is. So there's no point destroying all that through falseness or lies or being fake.
But you see, I know you had a great night, Cameron, and the vast majority of teams who've been to the centre have had a fantastic night. So there's no need for the drama.
No,
if you've got the right intent and the integrity, like Jane says, you don't need drama, because the buildings will do it anyway.
Exactly. You gotta be based on genuine. You know, your place is really genuine, Neil. It's and I think again that's what gets you trusting the paranormal, is how genuine you are.
Yeah, thank you. Chris says we do 30 East Clockheath 120 times a year. We do 3-night weekend retreats and 1-night sleepovers at locations. Okay, so have you been to 30 East Drive, Cameron?
Yes, I've done it a few times, and a lot of the times we've had some really good activity. I'd say one of the scariest nights I had there was we had a doll placed on the TV stand, and it actually got thrown at us.
Yeah, cool.
It scared everyone.
Yeah, it would do.
Yeah.
Chris says, yes. Total freedom as long as you follow the rotation and don't act idiots. I think that's with little teams during your nights.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guarantee that the little teams that we know are totally serious about what they do. They don't act like idiots. And quite most of them I would give a reference to. Not all of them. Chris says it's taken 2 years to get Cam to join. He's only been with us since October. Finally, I'm pleased Cam is now in the family. There you go.
Yeah. Yeah. Chris was. Chris had always tried to convince me. I enjoy the paranormal, and I finally decided, right, that's it. I'm going to join and I'm going to follow it.
And now you're doing shows like this.
Yeah, exactly. So I enjoy doing shows like this. So.
Okay. Ant says, why would you get your wallet out in your own place now? Exactly.
Oh, you bloody brown nose, you.
It's very true. Bloss says he has even promised to get me a stair lift. I think I promised to put you an extra rail in, which I do have, Bloss. I do have another rail for you.
He nicked it off his own mother.
Yeah, I did nick it off my mum. My mum's had a stair lift put in, and so I says that's a great idea, but can I have the old rail that's come off? Andrew says, we love your location at HAPRC. Thanks, Andrew. And of course, Andrew is our guest, one of our guests tomorrow night. So we're actually going to see him. Tanith, I think that's how I pronounce the name. Sorry if I got it wrong. Even though sometimes nothing happens, I think the guests appreciate that we don't fake anything just to make it interesting.
Yeah, we literally do not fake anything. It's what we state to the guests every night, because I think guests who are new to ghost hunting go in thinking, are they going to throw stones, they're going to jump out on us? We don't do anything like that. We're a genuine team. We're a genuine family, you know, and we want to give guests a good night. If nothing happens, nothing happens.
Yeah. Stephen says 30 East Drive is a fascinating location.
Yeah.
Sarah says, never been 30 East Drive, heard good and not so good feedback about it, so unsure whether to make the trip.
Well, I would definitely recommend going, and I believe anyone who's not been there should give it a try, because yeah, you get a lot of mixed feedback about East Drive, but you never know. We've gone there open-minded, and we've actually got a lot of activity. East Drive is definitely one that's worth doing.
Yeah, I'm not going to voice my opinion on 30 East Drive tonight. People like it.
Well, I'll say it then. We've been to East Drive a couple of times, and we had very disappointing evenings. Practically nothing happened at all. So, you know, but we always say, you know, there's good and bad, like you said, there's good and bad news that comes from East Drive. So I always say to everybody, go along and make up your own mind.
Exactly.
Yeah. What something that does annoy me is when people slate places but have never been.
Yes.
To me, if you've not been to a location, you can't have an opinion on it.
Yeah.
So you've been, so you can have an opinion. So, and you've had some good nights. So, and we've got lots of friends who've had fantastic nights. So, it's just not for us. But the chips down the road in the chippy are fantastic. if you're going to 30 East Drive, get a bag of chips from the chippy at the end of the road.
Yeah.
They're worth having. Bloss says, I want a stair lift. Bet the extra rail is electrocuted.
Oh, we've got to light up the stairs somehow.
Yeah, Bloss, you know it's not electrocuted because that will cost electricity. Okay, this is an important comment. Tanith says, but if nothing happens, at least we have a good laugh together.
Yeah, well, we always have a good laugh with the guests. It's part of the joy of the job, really, is we get to know guests as well, so we have a good laugh with them. And, you know, that may encourage paranormal activity. We have found that before in the past.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing to enjoy the night, if nothing happens and you can have a laugh, you're still enjoying it, ain't you? Because that's what life should be about, is enjoying it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, then next comment from Sarah. Do you allow guests to use the Ouija board on your investigations, Cameron?
We do indeed. We do state to guests that if not happy using a Ouija board, we will ask them in the talk before the investigation. However, with COVID at the moment, it's only households that are allowed to do the Ouija board. But yes, our guests are allowed to use Ouija board if they're happy to. We do also state to guests if they're not happy to be in the room with a Ouija board, we will take them somewhere else so that they can do something else.
Have you, now we're on the subject of Ouija boards then, have you ever had a bad experience on a Ouija board?
No, and you're talking to someone who's got about 48 Ouija boards at home. I would say I've never, ever had a bad experience on a Ouija board. You know, a Ouija board is basically like a spirit box. It's like if you ask for tap in, tap twice for yes, once for no, it's basically all that. It's just a board. That I don't believe that the Ouija board is demonic or anything. It's just been hyped up by Hollywood. That's the big disadvantage for Ouija boards.
Yeah. And what's your opinion there, Jane? I know what it is, but tell everybody
Yeah,
else.
I mean, for me, I don't. I'm really looking forward to the day where something really dark and demonic comes through, because that's what I want. I want to test the theory, but nothing has. So, I mean, in my experience, they're just good for, they're just like communication, the same as anything else. Same as your pendulums or your dowsing rods. They're just a tool for communication. I've had some fantastic experiences on a Ouija board, and I'd just say again, give it a go and make up your own mind. Don't listen to anybody else's horror story, because they're always exaggerated. Don't listen to anybody else, and just get to a place. If you really want to have a go, and just see, you make up your own mind.
Yeah. I must admit, I am a bit jealous of you having 48 though.
Yeah, we love collecting them.
I'm dead jealous of that one. Ant says, not if I put it up blast, I'll make sure Amy stays away from the mains. Stephen says, definitely Tanith Chown, couldn't agree more. That's about having a laugh, I think. Sorry, Cameron, we've lost you this one. Ross says, my worry about 30s Drive is the venue price for small team, and does it get overused? I heard so many people not have anything happen. We all know you can't guarantee things happening, but the price seems very extreme for a small team. I have hired a barracks out that is well known for less than a third of the price.
Well, in my opinion, I don't think a location can get over investigated. I believe spirits, if they want to communicate with us, they will. And it's certainly at East Drive, what I've experienced is that they're happy to communicate. Yeah, I mean, I don't know the full detail of the price of East Drive. But again, my opinion is it's really worth doing. It really is.
Yeah, well, my way of looking at it, okay, Jane and I probably will never go back again, unless perhaps we think about if people ask us to go with them. I don't know. Perhaps we would then. I don't know. But if I would agree with you, everyone should go. Just even if just once, because it's the reputation, you should go. Same as Ancient Ramin. I've been there 5 times, and I probably wouldn't go there again. Because it doesn't live up to its reputation. But yeah, just give it a go. It's worth going, even if it's just for the chips.
Well, it's also a good thing for a team to get down on the records as well. So if you're a new team and your guests ask you, so where have you done? If you say East Drive and Ancient Ramin, they're going to think, wow, you've been to these locations, that are well known in the paranormal community. So I do think it gets you on the map as well, really, if you've been known to be.
Yeah, but all you need to say now is you've been to HAPRC and
yeah, you're the best team in the world.
Okay, Sarah says, wow, 48, Neil will love you. Yeah, I am a bit jealous of the 48 Ouija boards. Ant says, is there any location you'd love to add to your events if it was feasible to do so?
Well, unrealistically, it would have to be London Tower, or the Tower of London. Sorry, get that right. Yeah. I know there is a lot of ghost stories there. Also, Chislehurst Caves as well. That's one that I would love to do. A feasible one, that would be where is it? Skinning Grove Museum up in the northeast. I've privately done that before, and that is really worth doing. So they're the locations that I would definitely love to do if we could do them.
Okay. Next comment. Tanith says, can't wait to do East Drive. My visit has been cancelled 3 times due to COVID this year. Looking forward to trying the chips. Yeah, definitely. You've definitely got to try the chip. You go 30 East Drive or go Pontefract, the chips. Definitely.
I've never tried these chips. I'll have to try them.
Got it. Ross says, I agree with Ancient Ram. Been a few times with next to nothing. I've been a host for a big company, done all the well-known places and smaller. Now I have my own team. That's not doing public, just private. And Chris, and we're going to lose you again, Cam. Chris says, as a commercial company, 30's Drive isn't a money maker for us. In fact, the taxman is the biggest winner, as well as our venue owner. As the venue owner, we do it as it brings in first-time ghost hunters, our target audience, who get to know the team and then become repeat customers. The higher price is very high for what it is with limited numbers. Very well said, Chris. Yeah, it is. Like, I agree with him. And Jane says it will get people to know your company. You say you're always going to sell 30's Drive, and you will always sell the Ancient Ram Inn. Yeah,
exactly. And so, it is sad that the taxman is always the winner. It really is, because I really do feel for the little teams in these COVID times, because it can't be easy. But I think I do agree with what Chris says there.
Tanith says Ram has the spooky factor though. Yeah, the Ram Inn. Again, you've got to go. If you've never been to the Ancient Ram Inn, you've got to go.
Yeah.
Although I think it's probably changed since John passed away.
I mean, it still feels quite atmospheric.
Yeah, I think John was the bit of a beacon there, but okay then. Jack says, what's your favourite locations on the south coast? Mine's Castle Goring.
Yeah, well, one of mine is Castle Goring, but my most favourite one must be Fort Widley. And the reason is because every time we've been there, we have a cracking night. Every night that we've gone there, stuff has happened. So mine would be Fort Widley.
Okay. Liz says, I don't think I'll ever do East Drive, as I don't do public investigations now. I really enjoy the investigations I've done with HH. Is that Haunted Houses? Liz,
maybe haunted happenings
with HH. So okay, yesterday I think we had lots of guests on yesterday, and to me the main theme of yesterday was protection. Okay.
Yeah.
So what's your thoughts and what do you do with regards to protection?
So I agree with protection. I think it's best to go in protected, because you just never know. You know, we've got positive spirits, but on the other end of the scale, we've got negative spirits. It's a fact of life. And when we do an investigation, we'll open up with prayer and protection. So we'll go in a circle, we'll join hands, and we'll do sort of like a visual session, you could say. So we'll visualize a light, and this light will protect our bodies from anything negative that'll want to latch onto us or harm us.
Okay.
So again, my opinion on protection is, I think it's worth having. It just makes you feel a bit more calmer and safer, especially if you've never been on a ghost hunt before.
Okay.
So on the back of that, then, with all your Ouija boards, you open and close all your Ouija boards as well?
No, we don't actually use them. We display them, really. It's just a little hobby that we've got going. But when we do Ouija boards, especially private ones, we will open and close them properly, because as much as we want paranormal activity in our own homes, it's like our homes are our homes. We don't want spirits invading them.
Okay, good answer. Jane and I are always interested in hearing teams' views on protection, because I'll probably told you what our view on it is. Well, people watching probably know anyway. Okay, let me get the next comment up. Alison says, my favourite venue is Castle Goring. Love meeting Lady Colin Campbell.
Yeah.
Them two talk quite a lot.
Tanit says, I really need to try this one.
Yeah, it is really worth doing.
Anne says, if someone in the group doesn't want protection, do you leave them out or force protection upon them? Good question.
Yep, that is a really good question. We don't force protection on them. We will just say to them, okay, if you'd like to stand to the side, because again, it's their opinion. We're not going to force our opinions onto them. No one's right or wrong, I believe, in the paranormal world.
Okay. Chris says, yeah, the team open and close all guest Ouija boards.
Yeah.
Alison said, Sarah Edwards, yes, that's correct. I better put Sarah's question up then, isn't I? Is that Lady C from I'm a Celebrity?
Yes, it is.
It is, yes. Yeah.
Yes, it is.
I know that.
She's a lovely person. She's not what she was made out to be on TV.
Well, you quite often find that, don't you?
Yeah,
You see someone on the telly and meet them in real life, they're nothing like it.
No, exactly.
So, Cameron, what have you been doing during the lockdowns then? Because I think we're heading into another lockdown.
Yes, I do believe another lockdown is coming. I actually have my own YouTube channel, Paranormal Time with Cam, it's called. So I've been working on that really. And a 10-minute drive from our house, we've got a haunted forest. So I've been doing my own spirit boxes over in those woods. I've been doing a bit of research as well into the paranormal. And I've been making my own videos, documentaries on, on paranormal related subjects. I'll hopefully be potentially doing a video about your location, Neil, actually, because I find it a fascinating place.
Cool.
So it's roughly just been working on my own hobbies and YouTube channel for paranormal.
Cool, brilliant. Of course, if you want to share your YouTube channel on our page after the shows, feel free. You're welcome to.
Thank you very much.
And of course, if Chris wants to put a link to haunted houses on the Parameet page, he's welcome to.
Yeah.
Sharon says, hi from Edinburgh. How do teams close investigations? Do you leave an offering to spirits? What do other folks do? So,
like the opening protection, we will also do a close down as well of the night. So we will, what we'll do is at the end of the night, we'll usually ask guests how they got on, what the highlight was, and we'll do a closing down prayer, because I think, really that does help, especially a guest's mind state as well. Because what you got to remember is, at the end of the night, all guests are tired. They don't want to be thinking, "Oh, what if someone's going to follow me home?"
Yeah.
We do a closing down prayer at the end of the night. It is worth doing. I would recommend that to the little teams as well.
Okay, let's put Tanya's comment up. In my opinion, better safe than sorry with spiritual protection before an event.
Yeah, I highly agree with that.
And Liz says, we always say thank you.
We do. Yeah, that's a critical thing.
Chris has shared the link, hauntedhouses.co.uk. So yeah, pay their Facebook page a visit or the website, and pay Cameron's YouTube channel a visit and give him a subscription and a like.
Yep, I'll post that onto the comments after this.
Yeah, brilliant, because it's good. This show's going for another 4 hours yet, so you got plenty of time. While we're talking about YouTube channels, please subscribe to ours as well, which is Haunted Connections TV. Thanks, and Haunted Connection TV, because we've just reached 102 subscribers. I want it 102,000 because I'm a bit greedy. 103 now. 103 now. Ross says, Chris, would you do reduced rates for teams to attend?
That one I'm not too sure of. Chris would definitely know that one.
And Sarah says, like that idea, Ross. I think you'd have to contact Chris, who runs Haunted Houses, on that one. Sharon says, thank you, we always do. I think the main thing in the paranormal we all do things slightly different. You've just got to find the way that suits you. Because no one's right, no one's wrong. You know, we do things our way because we think that works for us best. Plus, we're working in a research centre. We personally don't have guests, so what we do could be a little bit more extreme. Is that the right word saying it, Jane?
Yeah, possibly, yeah.
A little bit more extreme to the venues side of things. So, okay, Chris's answer is Ross and Sarah. For limited numbers, yes. So there you go. You could have a reduced cost. So that's all good. You got a question, Jane?
Yeah, just what have you got planned? What's coming up? When we can all finally get out and about? You know, how's the future of the the team and the company going to go?
Well, Haunted Houses is looking pretty strong. From obviously the southeast perspective, I've obviously seen what's coming up through the year, and we are actually looking pretty good for venues, locations. I know Chris has been working on a new location as well. I'm not too sure if he's announced it yet on the public side, but I know he has been working on that. So yeah, we've been working hard behind the scenes, and a good future is looking ahead for next year. Get out of these COVID times, and we'll be back investigating.
Good, that's brilliant. Well, we've got no more comments at the minute. So okay then. So Cameron, what's the best paranormal evidence that you've ever had personally?
Ooh, well, that's a tough question because I have had quite a lot of experiences. That is a very tough question. I would have to say, for me personally, it would have to be when I investigated Scarborough Castle when I used to do that on my own, and we saw this spirit of a man standing at the castle wall just above. And the spirit box was going berserk. But also another one I would say would be actually your museum, Neil. That would be our best ever evidence. And the reason I say that is because we had so much going on. It was just non-stop activity. But the best thing about that night at your location was the fact in your seance room, the mirror, we literally saw, and I'm not kidding, we literally saw a light come out of that mirror, and we cannot explain it. You know, spoken to Alison about it, we're just flabbergasted. We were speechless about it, really. So that would be our best ever evidence that we've captured.
I think Jane's got a dog approaching.
Dog's growling at something.
Yeah, I must admit the mirror in the seance room is a bit special.
Yeah.
But the war room's a bit different as well now. So when you come back, the war room is, to me, just lately, the war room's the most active room.
It is a weird feeling in that room. We were feeling like someone was walking around us. And the floor was literally vibrating as well.
Yeah.
Which I literally could feel it. I couldn't believe like the feelings we got from that room.
Yeah. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Bloss says respect is the word.
Yes. Yeah, I always say to spirits, we're here to show you respect. You know, it's like us, you know, if we get shown respect, we'll talk back to people. So again, you just have to treat them with respect.
So on your nights then, Cameron, do you have a medium with you, or do you take a medium with you?
No, we don't do mediumship. If a guest feels a name come through or anything, then we will just try and expand on that. But no, we don't take mediums with us.
Okay. Tanner says exactly. I can't remember. Oh, better safe than sorry. I think that's comment for. So would you believe it? That's 4 minutes left. How
Wow,
quick is
go
the hour
quick.
gone?
It's gone very quick.
These hours do go so quick.
But what I do want to say before we end is, Chris is a very passionate person on paranormal. We're passionate on the paranormal, as you know, I do my own investigations. Thanks, Sarah. Yeah, it's definitely worth check out our events because we're passionate about paranormal. We've got chemistry. We're like one big family, really. We never leave each other behind.
Yeah.
Chris, Chris works hard behind the scenes. So yeah, definitely check us out.
Yeah, brilliant. And that's the whole point of this Parameet. It seems to be working really well, Jane, so far.
Yeah, it's been really good.
I can see one of our next guests is in the green room waiting. Oh, there's two. Okay, Bloss says thanks, Cameron, been good. There you go.
You.
You've made some more friends tonight, Cameron, which is good.
That's good. Thank you.
One final word then. Name the company you work for and how people can get in touch with you.
Yep, so I work for Haunted Houses. You can visit our website on a link that Chris has posted in the comments there, hauntedhouses.co.uk. Check us out, guys. That's my advice. Check us out and give us a chance.
Okay, brilliant. It's been great talking to you again, Cameron.
Yeah, it's lovely for you to come on and share your time with us and all your knowledge and experience. So thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you for having me on. I really enjoyed it.
Brilliant. So, in the nicest possible way, I'm going to kick you out.
My heart's broken now, Neil. I'm going to have to go now.
We'll speak to you soon, Cam. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Bye. So let's kick him out. It actually says up here, kick from studio. So it's not my word.
Well, I'm just going to nip to the loo before we.
Yeah, you nip to the loo, and I'll bring our next three guests on.
Yeah, lovely.
And we'll wait till you come back. There we go. Let's turn your microphones on. Hi, guys.
Hi.
Hey, good evening.
Hiya.
How are you all?
Yeah, good.
Good. Is anybody besides me having audio issues? Because it's really weird sounding on my end.
Is it? Have you got earplugs in? Earphones?
No, I have to use my work laptop to be able to plug in. So.
All right. Well, we're not echoing.
Okay, good. That's good.
That's okay. So okay then. Laurie, you tell people who are watching who you lot are and where you're from.
Oh, okay. I thought Alan would do that. Well, Alan, why don't you do the honors? It's your team.
Go on then, Alan.
No, it's our team. We are Skepticide Paranormal, sort of originated in Essex, but we're sort of nationwide, South Wales, Midlands. What's that? One of the cats just annihilated Liz's laptop. Nothing new there. So yeah, we've been around as a group for about 4 or 5 years, but now I feel that we've got a really good core of people that we take on investigations now, and people we all trust each other. We know how each other work, and we're able to bring that enthusiasm with us to any venue that we manage to hire. Brilliant.
So how many people are in your team?
Active team, I think we've got 10 active team members. And we're the type of group, anybody can become part of the team. All they have to do is find us on Facebook and join. Joining the Facebook group makes you part of the team. Then you can be as active as you want to be. You can come to the events, or you can just be a digital presence.
Okay. I see Jane's been now.
Hello.
Hello.
I've been and I'm back.
Okay, so you do venues then? Do you take guests with you? Do you know? Is it like a group as well?
It's guests in a very loose term. Everybody who comes on our events has to join the Facebook group. That's how we keep everything in line with our insurance and everything else. We've managed to insure with Zurich, and part of the terms of that insurance was that we have to personally vouch for everybody who comes with us. And our method of verification on that is you apply to join, we click accept. It's that simple.
Oh, well, that's good then. So have you ever had anyone that didn't abide by your rules? Because you must have rules. Well, you need rules in life, don't you? So.
I had to. It was quite a dark part of the group. Actually, it was before Liz and Laurie joined us. I actually had to kick out some of the other founding members because they really put me in a difficult spot. I used to volunteer for a public events company, doing the same thing, helping out on paranormal nights. They went to an event at the Edinburgh Vaults, made up a load of rubbish about it, tried to threaten to sue the company for medical damages and loss of earnings and everything else, just to make up for the fact that they were a pair of lazy inbreds. Unfortunately, I'm very, very good friends still with the company. It's Haunted Evenings and Nat Wilson. Very good friends with Nat still. And I couldn't be put in the middle like that. So I basically said, well, you're forcing me to make this decision. I'll see you around. And I had to sever that. But no, I think we've never really... We had one guest who came with us who had no paranormal experience and then continued to criticize us for about 3 weeks after the event. I wasn't too happy about that, to be honest. So yeah, that was a bit of an elbow job, but touch wood, it's all been good.
We've never had anybody on one of our events who we've had to kind of ask to leave or kind of take them to one side and say, excuse me, I don't think you ought to be doing that. I mean, I've heard horror stories of people having people attending who were drunk, who were been smoking weed and all sorts of things. I've actually had that on when I used to run public events with another team. We actually had a group turn up who stank of cannabis, and we had to kind of say, excuse me, I think you're going to have to leave. But we've never had that on Skepticide because we're all friends. And anybody who comes with us on an event is a friend. So
I think
serious about it.
I think quite a few teams are going that way now. We've got quite a few friends in different teams who work in that way. You know, if you join them on their private Facebook page, you're part of the team. So,
it's a better way to be. I think it makes it all more inclusive. It gives people the opportunity to join in and feel part of it before they turn up. So it gets a lot of the meet and greet stuff out of the way.
Okay.
I think anyway.
Okay, Alan, I know you've sent me some audios and
quite a few. Sorry about that.
That's okay. I've never done this on one of these feeds that shows a different thing in this screen, so you're gonna have to bear with me.
No, that's fine.
We're gonna play an audio first, and then you guys. I think the cat's taking control there.
Sorry.
I thought Liz
I thought it was just a blank screen. It's a black dot cat.
Get off.
I disappeared into a portal.
Not again.
So, okay, let's try and bring this in. If I can do it, if I got to remember how to do it, actually.
The amount of trouble that I've had fixing this audio this weekend has really thrown me for a loop, to be honest. So nothing would surprise me at this point.
Okay, so actually, I've listened to them all, and I think this is my favourite one.
Okay.
So let me just pause it, and I'll start it from again. You've called this the Mystery Minstrel.
Yes.
Oh.
Laurie knows all about this one as well. Laurie was this was where I first met Laurie.
Yeah. Liz was there
Actually.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just get rid of our banner because we can't see you.
No, that's all right.
That's it. We can see you now. So if you listen hard, the clue is in the title. It's called the Mystery Minstrel. Okay then. So what?
I didn't hear a thing.
Yeah,
I didn't hear it.
I don't think it broadcast. No.
It was like a minstrel music, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It did.
Yeah.
It didn't hear. It didn't come through. I don't think.
Yeah, it didn't come at all.
Oh, I heard it. Let's play it again.
I think it's just playing on your computer, Neil.
Yeah, you have to. I think you probably have to share the computer audio
Okay.
because that's what I have to do on my work.
Yeah,
stuff.
I didn't press audio, did I? Bear with me.
That's all right. I'm sure Neil will be happy to paste anything he finds interesting in the comments.
I've just opened it up again, and there's a little box in the corner that says share audio. That's a bit of a giveaway, isn't it?
Welcome to my
Easy
world.
to miss it if you haven't used it though.
Okay, let's try again. Okay then. Can you hear that time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay then. So what did everyone hear? Let's put the comments back up. Let's get rid of that for now, so we can see each other again. Yeah, they said that's better. So tell us the story behind that audio. Did you hear it, Jane?
Yeah.
What did you hear?
I thought I could hear some sort of fluty sort of music, which sounds a little bit sort of like medieval sort of stuff rather than modern day stuff.
Okay, so you want to tell us where that is from and what's leading up to it?
Well, Laurie has far more experience of this venue than I do, living virtually outside it. So, Laurie, do you want to take this one?
Sure. We were at an investigation at Warwick Castle, and we were doing the walkthrough at the beginning of it. And at the time, I was near the back of the group. I think, Alan, you were near the front.
Yeah.
And he picked that up on his recorder, and a lot of people heard it. We didn't hear it in the back. I don't know, Liz, did you hear it that day?
No, I didn't hear it at the time, but Alan played it back almost straight away.
Yeah.
And we were looking for the piped music that had been activated. But we actually checked with the person who ran at the castle, and they said, no, everything's switched off.
Yes, the curator was still with us. And you can't really hear it in that audio clip, but we all think it's somebody's phone. We think somebody's just got a really crappy ringtone. That's actually something one of us says afterwards. Who's got the rubbish ringtone? We didn't think anything of it until we're back in the base room, and then thought, well, it wasn't my phone. Wasn't your phone. Wasn't your phone.
So did you hear it with your own ears?
Yeah, heard it on the spot. Yeah.
Okay, let's put some of the comments up. Tanya says, can you just hear talking? And then she says, can you play it again? I will play it again. And Chris says, a flute in the background. So let me see if I can play it again.
Just a few seconds in it, you should hear it.
In between the talking.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because we were actually moving location at the time. We'd come back from an investigation and we were moving back to the base room. And it was just lucky that Alan still had his recorder going.
Good practice.
Okay. So let's play it again, and then I will stop it just after the music and play it again. So that was it, wasn't it?
Yeah, and
Yep.
it actually goes on a couple more notes after that, as it sort of lilts away.
Okay, let's just play that section again. Oh, not far enough back. So yeah,
If it was the music at Warwick Castle, we would have all heard it, because when it pipes in, it's really loud.
Mm.
Yeah.
And only
It also-
the part of the group heard it. So it was really cool to have that happen.
I think
Yeah.
It
Alan
also
had it.
sounds like there's some drums in there as well.
I think that's actually the sort of footsteps. So it's in a section they call Kingmaker, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is below. And
And I actually sent you some photographs of the Kingmaker area. It's 3 photos that look like they're taken in infrared, got a slight red filter on them. One of them shows an orb, and the other 2 are subsequent photos that somebody else took that night.
Okay,
So it was interesting.
Yeah, let me put that photo. I've only actually received 1 photo, so perhaps I've lost it.
Mate.
Let me share that screen
Should
then.
be sort of a catacomb sort of room. So yeah, I might have only sent the one.
I think Alan actually sent it to a music historian to have it listened to.
There we
So
are. Yeah.
that's the photo. So what are you looking at? Are you looking at this?
We're looking at, trying to point in opposite directions is really strange. Not that one. That one that you're mousing over there, I think, is a reflection.
Yeah.
Off of the jug behind
that one there.
Yeah. One of those is a reflection. But which one, I don't know. Because if you can see in the photo, there's 4 sources of reflection. There's 3 helmets and the jug. All very reflective.
You got them 3 helmets where my pointer is. You got the jug there.
Now, I would have expected, if it was all reflection, I would have expected to have 4 artifacts.
Yeah.
But only one of them lines up really as a reflection. Now, the interesting thing is 2 identical photos were taken straight after, both completely empty.
Right. So are you talking about that one there?
I think it's the smaller one. I think it's the smaller one. Is the interesting one. Because it seems to have a bit more depth in the field. It's a strange thing to talk about with a 2D image, but I can just imagine the smaller one being slightly further back in the image.
Let me see if I can actually crop into it and zoom in a bit. I'm showing off now, aren't
I? Making up for not being able to share the audio.
So yeah, so we're talking about that there.
Mm.
Okay.
I think it was interesting that the other 2 photos had nothing.
Yeah.
That was the main point of interest. But yeah, like Liz said, actually through coincidence of going to venues and doing pre-visits, got talking to somebody who works at Caldecott Castle, who is actually a music historian. And she has identified it as a wooden reed flute.
Right.
Which dates to about 1750 to 1780.
Okay.
And she's told me that she could hear that tone of a handmade wooden flute, which sort of puts it in the time of minstrels, jesters, and castle type activities.
Okay. Let's put some more comments up. Colette says distant flute music. Michelle likes it. She says great capture.
Thank you, Michelle.
Floss heard it. And Sarah said, yes, heard it. It was like the music you would have at a medieval banquet.
That was the strangest part of it. We initially thought, yeah, it's got to be part of the exhibit. But nope, all the exhibits were turned off.
And Warwick
You-
Castle's really good for audio.
Mm.
Yeah.
You can get some really good audio on Spirit Box and EVPs. It's really good for that.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. We'll bring Jane in. What do you think, Jane?
Yeah, I think it's a catch, isn't it? It's definitely warrants sort of a bit more investigation. It would have been good to sort of see photos either side of that. But the little white one on the fabric, I think that's quite interesting because it's very bright, it's very solid. It
Looks
doesn't
like
seem
it's got
like
a
it's sort of
looks like
glare
it's
or
got a
dust.
cell wall to it, doesn't it? Some of them, but
Yeah, yeah. So it does seem different from the other two. So it is quite interesting.
Okay, we'll go on to the next one. You've sent me 2 drawings
Mhm.
and a photograph of a gentleman.
Yes.
Are you associating those 3 together? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, then.
And this is very early skepticide.
Okay. Let's.
I sent you the link as well about the gentleman in question. But this was my first real experiment at spirit drawing.
Okay.
Trancing down.
Yeah. So that's the drawing of the gentleman.
Yeah, that gentleman is called Joseph Jacobs. He was a Nazi spy who parachuted into the area of the museum that I was investigating at the time in Ramsey. He parachuted in. Fortunately for us, he stacked the landing, broke his ankle, was very quickly captured by Home Guard and passed off to authorities. And he sat in the Tower of London for quite some time until he was actually executed by firing squad.
Okay.
I knew at this museum there was an artifact. There was a piece of his parachute at the museum in the room where I was doing the drawing. I'd heard the name Joseph. Obviously, you can't avoid that. It's on plaques and that around the building.
Yeah.
But no picture of him at all. So I'm a terrible artist. I'm absolutely god awful. And it's the first time that I had actually drawn anything that resembled a real face.
Yeah.
And all the other bits of emotion that I was getting with it, fascism, everything else, Aryan perfection. But the connection actually goes further than that. The drawing is good. We've got the parting, I've got the chin, I've got the jowls. There is enough resemblance there to his mugshot to at least bring up a lot of talking points.
Yeah.
Now,
so sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt.
That's right.
So you were sensing his name and you were sensing fascism and that sort of thing. So are you a medium?
Training medium. Liz has been helping me for quite some time to really sort of believe in what I can do, because I don't entirely believe it. Even when I get good similarities like I have with this picture, I still question it more than I believe it.
Yeah.
But fast forward 4 years.
Yeah.
I have in 4 years' time after this, I have a German girlfriend who takes me to visit a prisoner of war camp, knowing my interest in the paranormal.
Yeah.
Have you heard of the prisoner of war camp Buchenwald?
No, I've never heard that one.
You might have heard it referred to as Buchenwald nur Weimar. It was more of a war camp it was a death camp, but it was for bad political prisoners.
Yeah.
Joseph comes from Weimar. Joseph comes from the town 1 mile away from the prisoner of war camp that my girlfriend at the time took me to visit.
Yeah.
The strings of connection are frankly ridiculous. And I still boggle at them to this day. I cannot believe that I linked to this person, this story, and then I get taken there without any of this being known.
Yeah.
I struggle. Liz will tell you I struggle.
But that's one of the neat things about our investigations. Liz and Alan both are mediums, but they're also both into using equipment as well. And so we get a lot of mix. The two of them feed off of each other and can get different evidence. It's really fascinating to watch.
We've had
pretty
some really,
At
really,
Sharnbrook, that was
yeah.
pretty wild. Yeah, I could hear Liz. Alan was, he was bringing through someone who was Roman, and Liz was getting the Anglo-Saxon, and you could hear her voice was getting very aggressive. So she didn't like the Roman, and it was fascinating from a point of view of somebody who just on the outside looking in.
Yeah.
So
I don't know how you guys find it, but do you ever find that you'll do an experiment in a venue and it will be a success, but you'll never necessarily go back to that experiment again?
Well, to be honest, we don't have that problem because we just do everything at the centre. So we're very fortunate, and Laura's been to the centre, haven't you?
Oh, it's a wonderful place.
So we're very fortunate that we can do experiments week after week, after week. Because if you do one experiment, say in Warwick Castle, you might not go back there for another year. In which case things change, don't they? We're lucky. Jane will agree with me. We're very fortunate to have the centre that we can do things, and also we can suggest experiments to different teams that we are sort of working on, if you get what I mean. So it's not our results, it's other people's results with our experiment without them even knowing.
Yeah, I mean, actually, sorry, Liz, I just wanted to say at the moment, heart goes out to everybody around the Bedfordshire area at the moment who is suffering troubles with flooding. This theatre that we're talking about is right on the banks of the River Ouse.
Oh no!
And obviously, thoughts and prayers go out to anybody who is currently in that situation. God knows we did not need any more.
Yeah, we're trying to build up because being a small team, our financial standing is very low. Yeah. So we try and find locations that don't cost us very much more than £25 a head.
Yeah.
And we do share the venue cost equally between everybody who attends. So if the location is 250 quid, we try and get 10 people for 25 quid each. But we are trying to build up a portfolio of locations that we can go back to time and time again, so that we can run some more investigations experiments over time. But then again, like you say, locations change. You pick up different spirits when you go to different locations at different times. So just because we're going back to a place 2 or 3 times a year doesn't mean that we're guaranteed to get the experiments to work again. But it would be nice to see if we could. It would be lovely to be in the privileged position you're in, to have a location to play at week in, week out, and you can set experiments running and leave them running for a week or a weekend and see what happens.
That's right.
Yeah, the way COVID's going at the moment, there might be murders in this house at some point. If I have to create my own ghosts, I'm not beyond it.
You're prepared to do it.
Well,
I'm prepared.
So you an alibi.
I'm prepared to add to the industry.
Well, we kind of have an unwritten rule in the team that whoever gets bumped off first in whatever way, we become the team ghost. And we're at the beck and call of the team on investigations then.
How do you know that's the murder weapon? Because I used it.
That sounds a bit like Randall and Hopkirk. Remember the old 60s series?
Yeah.
It's
I think
right
Reeves and Morty
idea.
remade it, didn't they?
Okay, let's put this comment up from Sarah. Oh no, as Sharnbrook Theatre.
We don't know. I just heard on the news this morning that the Great Ouse in Bedfordshire, a lot of houses have been evacuated along the Great Ouse, and obviously the theatre is right on a milling section.
No.
They might be lucky. The all the water routing that they've got through that section, they might be okay. But
Fingers
obviously, our
crossed,
hopes
Paul.
and prayers go out to everybody who's in that situation.
Yeah,
And they
but
have had a lot of refurbishment done over lockdown
Oh, no.
period.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
hopefully,
fingers crossed for that, for the theatre, because I love theatres.
Yeah.
It's a
I
lovely
really do.
place. If
Okay,
we get back in, you're more than welcome to come along with us. Come down, make the journey. It's a fantastic place.
Oh, thank you. Let's bring Jane in. What are your thoughts? Do you? I know you agree with me about how lucky we are.
Yeah, we are. We're we can set things going for not just weeks or days, but even sort of years. We can gather the information, and it's sometimes people say, well, we don't see any research coming from the centre or stuff like that, but some of this stuff is going to take years and years to collate and to gather. One of the things we do is to people hold an item and then they record what they see or what they feel. When that happens, that's really quite interesting. But over time, if you get 10 people holding the same thing and they get the same sort of information or the same experiences, then that becomes more than just coincidence. But that's going to take a long, long time to gather that sort of information. So, we're lucky enough where we can do long-term projects as well.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, then shall we put another audio clip up for you? Okay, then what about Martin? You're welcome.
Oh, you weren't supposed to say what it says.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. This is
Never
literally
let the audience know.
This is literally a premiere for us, because this is an investigation that we were on in between the lockdowns, wasn't it, Liz? Back in
I think it was August.
September, wasn't it? Yeah. Very fortunate to be invited to come in and investigate somewhere that's never been investigated before. We're going to keep it quite close to our chest because we hope to take people back there.
Okay, then. Well, the good thing is no one listens to me, Laurie, so they won't. You just ask Amy and Ant and Jane. They don't listen to me. They just nod. Okay, let's play this one. I've turned the audio on, I think.
Who was the man Maggie married?
Martin.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, then.
You just stopped it right on when it was going to say something else.
Oh,
yeah,
right,
just as I was repeating what I'd heard when it said "You're welcome."
Okay, let's play it again then. Let's see what everyone thinks.
Who was the man Maggie married?
Martin.
Yep. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, then. So
Did everyone in the chat hear it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely heard it. I must admit, it sounds too good.
We've actually been saying that this morning. We know it was just me and Laurie in the room. We know where everybody else was.
Yep.
The voice doesn't sound like it's coming through a spirit box next to a recorder.
Yeah.
We also had my recorder going in a different part of the room, and I picked up that on my recorder as well. So I can verify that it was picked up on two recorders. Mine was further away from the spirit box, and again on mine it doesn't sound like it's come through the spirit box.
But it definitely wasn't us.
Yeah, the best. It's really good capture, and I'm not doubting that it's spirit speaking, but it does sound so clear. I don't know if this is the time when MJ was down at the centre. I don't know if it's the night you were here, Laurie, working in the doll's room, and she caught on a voice recorder an old lady saying it's the children or something.
I think I can't remember. I remember mostly Jackie and her little friend.
Yeah. But the good thing about and it was so clear. It was that clear. You'd think it's someone saying this in the room. You know how you sometimes say that if it's too good to believe, it probably is. And that. But fortunately, there was there's another guy with MJ Dixon, filming at the same time. MJ's voice recorder picked up on saying this old lady saying with the children or something, but it wasn't picked up on the video footage. So that sort of backed it up that it's interesting. Obviously, it was at the frequency. It was at the frequency that MJ's voice recorder was working at. But that is really good capture.
Well, I'll let Laurie talk about the sessions. I've been hogging the microphone for a little while, so
Let's go for it.
If you're sure.
Oh, yeah.
Basically, we've only just started analysing what we had on the night, so this is literally premiere stuff, just edited yesterday and this morning. We did a 45-minute long Spirit Box session in Box. That I sent you 3 audio clips, and they are all from the same 2.5 minutes of activity. There were some awful stories, and evidently something really bad happened on this site and continues to happen. It continues to affect people, which is why we won't release the name of the site, only what we have in the recordings at the moment, until we get permission from the current owners of the property. But we were pressing and pressing and pressing, and really we had no real responses, did we? It was until this
a lot of waiting.
Until this sort of 2.5 minute period, where we were getting growled at through the SB7 like mad. Really bad, horrible sounding noises that you don't hear on radio stations. And obviously through these 3 clips we get towards the end of this gentleman's story, which he seems to begrudgingly give us. But again, like you said, it sounds too clear. It sounds like it's in the room, not on the Spirit Box. Okay, so shall we play the second audio then? Yeah.
Okay. The interesting thing is we got in a different part of the building, we got a corresponding story that verified it through mediumship. And at the point I got that story, I didn't know what Alan and Laurie had got in the other room, because it was just the 2 of them, and I hadn't heard any of the recordings. So we got 2 stories that kind of paralleled each other. And then we joined up together at the end of the night and compared notes and found out that they actually corresponded.
It's a ghost carrying tea.
It's just one of the chars. It's okay. Only joking. Okay, so this is another EVP. Let's see what. I'm not going to say what it says because we'll see what you think.
That was interesting. That almost turned off the speaker.
Yeah. I wonder what that flash was.
So, shall I play it again?
Yeah, let's try again.
That was interesting. That almost turned off the speaker.
Yeah. I wonder what that flash was.
It's right after Laurie says, "I wondered what that flash was." There's an extra voice that seems to be responding to what we're talking about, or inquiring to what we're talking about at the time.
Let's play it again. And so you're listening straight after Laurie speaks.
That was interesting. That almost turned off the speaker.
Yeah. I wonder what that flash was. Can't tell what it says.
It's to me. I've run it through my audio software this morning. To me, it sounds like somebody says, "What's wrong?"
Let's play it again. Bear with me.
It's not the best clip, but this is all that sort of 2.5 minute period that we were talking about.
That was interesting. That almost turned off the speaker.
Yeah. I wonder what that flash was.
It's very quick, but it's sort of, what's wrong?
I heard something, but I must admit I can't make anything out.
Yeah.
I can't either.
But again, it sounds too clear to be coming through a spirit box next to a recorder.
Yeah.
It's such a strange place, and we really cannot wait to go back again and really get our teeth into it.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a second property that's part of it.
Yeah.
And just walking up to it, Liz was just getting like, oh, I don't want to go in this place. I don't want to go in this place. And we spent the night, but we didn't spend the night in the second property, just in the first one. And so we want to go back and stay in the creepy place, because we just, there was something really heavy about it.
Sounds good. Okay, let's play the next clip for you.
I'd just like to say these all sounded better this morning. Just thought I'd add that.
That wasn't nice.
You really need a headset to hear everything.
Yeah, let's play again.
That wasn't nice.
I think I did hear something right at the start.
There's a growl, isn't there, at the start that I react to.
Yeah, let's play it one more time.
That
wasn't nice.
Yeah, that was the growl we were hearing, that and louder.
Yeah.
Throughout the time we were in there.
There's also an extra voice. You can hear Alan and Laurie talking, because I investigate with them and obviously listen to hours and hours of reviews. I know their voices, but there's an extra voice in there. Again, it doesn't sound like it's come through the spirit box. So you hear Alan say, that wasn't nice. And then there's another voice. And then Laurie says something. And then there's another voice. And then Alan says something. And I can tell it's not Alan and Laurie, just because I've investigated with them so many times. It's just really strange that there is a voice there that isn't coming through the spirit box, as far as I can tell. It's just too clear. It hasn't got the white noise behind it.
Yeah. So how do you find reviewing all this evidence, all this video footage and audio how do you do it? Basically, because I've been there.
I'm so far behind. I'm years behind on things. If I got something and I heard it that night, I'll go ahead and start that. So I've got investigations that are 3 years old that I've only done little pieces, parts of it, because I didn't hear anything on the night. So I'm probably losing out on good stuff. But
that's the problem. I remember when me and Jane used to do investigations, we used to set up 4 static cameras, EVP recorders, and we used to have 2 or 3 handheld camcorders. But going through the 5 hours of static camera, because you have to do one at a time, and you have to stare at it, don't you?
Then you have to match up things. When you find something, you got to go to the other one and try to match it up.
It's not just that 5 hours though. Through that 5 hours, if it was me, through that 5 hours, I'd go, oh, there's something interesting at this time marker. So 1 hour, 10 minutes, 50 seconds, whatever. So 5 hours, I'm writing down those notes. I'll go through and I'll watch all of those sections again. I'll double watch it to make sure I didn't fool myself. So that's 10 hours. Then I will go to the individual clips that really stand out, that have no explanation to me at that time.
Yeah.
So for 5 hours of video, you're probably talking 15 hours of work and analysis
Mhm.
to
It's usually more
really
than that.
cover it.
It's usually more than that with us because we're usually sitting there telling stories, doing goat impersonations,
Gollum,
4-letter words coming out constantly. So when
Yeah.
you're
Welsh
listening
jokes.
back, when you're listening back, you're too busy laughing and listening to what we're saying to hear anything that might be talking behind us. So
Yeah.
it sometimes gets to be really, really long.
I
have a nasty habit of leaving recorders running. So
But you
I'll
should
put one. I
You
put
should.
one somewhere at the start of an investigation, and then 8 hours later, I go and collect it.
Yeah,
And
Yeah.
then,
That-
like Alan
but that's
says,
good practice.
yeah. But then you've got 8 hours. I tend to listen to it on the recorder with
Yeah.
headphones. I then run it through a laptop on an audio file, so
Yeah.
just listen to it back with headphones again. Then I run it through Audacity. So that's 3 times I've listened to the 8 hours. And like Laurie says, you get sidetracked because you're listening to, oh yeah, I remember that conversation. It was hilarious. And then you go, oh, I stopped listening. I need to listen to that last hour again. So yeah, like Alan says, it turns into at least 4 times the actual length of the recording you spend reviewing.
Yeah, and also if you leave a static camera in a room or an EVP recorder in a room when there's no one there for 3 hours, you're listening for 3 hours of nothing.
Mice farting.
Most of the time.
I've found actually that when there's nobody in the room, that's when I catch the good stuff.
Yeah.
I've got conversations on my recorders when I know full well there's nobody in the room, and I've got 2 or 3 voices having a conversation. And that's the stuff that makes me go, oh my God, that's why I keep doing it.
Yeah.
Because I've got so many recordings of spirits having conversations between themselves.
Look at Robin Hood experience, where we thought we didn't get much until Alan left, and then it got pretty crazy. But if you hadn't listened back to the 8 hours that you had, we wouldn't have heard the conversations and the footsteps that we did. So
yeah,
that was worth it.
This is the side of the paranormal investigating
that nobody wants to know about.
No one sees, is it?
Yeah.
Well,
plus the hours sitting in the dark listening for nothing.
Yeah.
Just the last investigation that we did, where we had that 2.5 minutes. I had 3 recorders running. Now we had a whole pub and accommodation basically to ourselves because we were restricted numbers. COVID was still going on.
Yeah.
So there were no guests coming in and out. In fact, all the other guests that were supposed to be staying that night didn't turn up. Brilliant for us. But I put 3 recorders out all night. 9 hours per recorder.
Yeah.
7 hours on one of those recorders is just me snoring. If you ever tried to listen to yourself snore, it is even more boring than it sounds. You're hoping that there's a noise in the room.
Liz and I stayed up all night, so you shouldn't even have had to hear your snoring. You should have been up with us.
I tend to, instead of static cameras, I tend to use wildlife traps. So at least they get activated if there is movement. And I have caught shadow figures on those where they've just been left set up. And then you only have so many clips to go through then. And I set what I do is I set them to constant record. So if there's still movement, they keep triggering and they keep recording. And I've had a few where you flick through and go, yeah, that's us moving, that's us moving, that's us moving. Oh yeah, that's somebody walking around. Oh, what's that? And that's my quick shortcut of getting video footage, and it has worked. I've now got 2, and I think Laurie, you've got a couple, and Alan's got a couple. So we've got quite a few wildlife cameras that we can set up as motion traps, and I tend to stick one of those next to a recorder and see if we get anything alongside. So you can look at the recorder and the video footage if the camera's been activated.
Yep. Okay. Jacqueline's made a comment, Laurie. Jacqueline
Oh
says
yes.
Laurie has
Yes.
some red box footage
And
from,
of
I think
course,
that's
I
from the
still
centre.
have to find it. I still have to go through and find it. But yeah, I've got some from the time I was there. That's when I met Jacqueline. And oh my God, I'll never forget the look on her face when she picked it up, the red box. Just, it was like a kid in a candy store or on Christmas morning. Just was like, she just looked so excited.
Yeah.
And I can't actually remember now. It's been so long, but the footage came out really strange, and so did I. Use a FLIR a lot. So
Yeah.
Jane, your FLIR experience with the face in it.
Oh,
That-
yes.
Yeah, I love that. That is like one of my favorite things I've ever seen happen with the FLIR. That's one of my favorite tools. And so I've got some really weird FLIR stuff around it too. So I've got to find it and share it with you guys because
Yeah,
it was
definitely.
pretty good. And I know Jackie wants to see it too. So
Yeah. So shall we bring Jane in? Have you got any comments or questions, Jane?
Yeah, I'm just really interested in listening to what everybody's got to say, particularly about the the evidence and stuff. It's you forget how much time you do spend going through footage, because I know when we used to go through it, even when we used to do the haunted item sort of lives up at the centre, we'd leave the EVP going for an hour, and I would listen through to those. So just an hour was sort of enough for me. So when you're going through 7 hours or 5 hours, it's
It can be soul destroying.
oh,
It's
but this is all the this is
it's one
sort
of
of all the
those.
unglamorous sort of parts of the
It's
paranormal
one
that
of those
people don't
hobbies,
see
though, isn't it? It's
when
one
you
of those hobbies. It's a bit like fishing, I guess, in a way. You sat there for 9 hours, freezing your ass off for 2 minutes of excitement and adrenaline.
yeah, but this is all the unglamorous part of the
Yeah.
paranormal that people don't see. When you're sitting for hours in a dusty attic, or where you're sitting down in freezing cold in a damp cellar, this is all the unglamorous bit. But I'm sure all of you have been in a place, probably where you've sort of thinking, oh God, what am I doing down here, or what are we doing?
for hours.
What's the worst place that you've possibly been in?
Drake Love.
Smethwick was pretty dirty, wasn't it?
Smethwick Baths, yeah, the tunnels under Smethwick Baths were pretty grim. I think the Ram has to be my close contender for the worst place I've spent time. Back when John was there, it was always freezing cold, whatever time of year it was. And I do remember staying overnight after a public event in the bishop's room and something getting into bed next to me. And I kind of went, you can have the bed. And I went and slept in the car. And it was warmer in my car than it was in the Ram.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Okay then. Would you believe we've only got 10 minutes left?
I know.
Blown by.
We can't wait to visit the centre. I mean, I know, Neil, I've spoken to you about donating a couple of items to your war room by the sounds of it. So yeah, really can't wait to actually be able to travel up and talk about getting it done.
Yeah. I know Laura's investigated once, haven't you? That seems a long time ago. But it's changed even more since then. We've got 2 floors now.
Wow. Oh, I
So
can't wait.
it changes by the month because I get bored with things. I change things around.
That's probably good for the energy.
I'll be sure to bring my spirit guide. I'm sure she'll have a lovely time playing with all the artifacts.
You'll have a great time. Okay then. So what's your favourite location you've ever investigated?
Oh, for me, it's a place that isn't open anymore. It's now flats. Did you ever hear of Leicester Towers?
Yeah.
The old asylum. Yeah. I worked paranormal events at that venue. I worked them for about 1.5 years. I did about 8 events there, and I had conversations every night with one energy called Herman. One energy who actually had people leave the event because of talking to Herman and him answering them so directly over a DR60 recorder. Woman thought all the answers were coming up too easily, Thought they were pre-recorded. So I said, okay, you ask the question. I'll be completely open. You ask the question, I'll just hit record and then hit play. What do I ask? He's an old spirit. Ask him about telly. Okay. Herman, what colour is Barney the dinosaur? Hit record. You could see a signal was coming in. Hit playback. How the fuck am I meant to know?
He didn't mean to be worse then, did he?
Well, at this time, we knew that Herman was blind, and that was why he was put into care. Because at the time, he was socially awkward because of his blindness. Social awkwardness was seen as mental illness. The strangest part with Herman is, on the last day, we found out that he actually came from Dagenham, near me in Essex.
Yeah.
And we found out his nurse's name. And because we found out his nurse's name, I went through Leicester Council and I managed to track down his nurse, her real address, her real telephone number, contacted the family, contacted them by phone. And I said, I'm very sorry. Is your mother there? Is Caroline there? Could I be able to speak to her, please? No, unfortunately, my mother passed away 2 days ago. Oh, fuck. I'm really sorry. Did she ever talk about somebody called Herman? She said she talked about him all the time.
Yeah.
He was her favourite patient. His favourite thing about her was her laugh. That was one of the best responses we had. But being able to actually talk to the family of the nurse who remembers her talking about him and finding out that he lived 10 miles up the road from me. That's one of those strange connections.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
do you remember when I was going up there with Matt?
And you spoke to him.
I've got he said, you didn't tell us his name, but I've got a friend that you might run into and ask him if he knows me. And we went up there, we went into this one room where Alan said he usually would get
goosebumps
Herman
every
through.
time we talk about this.
And we had the spirit box and we went in there by ourselves and we asked, hey, we've got a friend and we want to know if you know him. And he said,
He makes
Alan.
me cry.
Yeah, it was what he came out with Alan. We didn't say the name. And then he told us his name. And we've got, that's another one I really need to get and put into little clips because we probably had about 10 minutes of back and forth with Herman all around knowing Alan. And that just kind of brought everything together. I just thought it was emotional for me and Matt.
It still makes me cry today because I can imagine his situation being locked up like that.
Yeah.
And
but it's great when you do research and actually find a person that you've been speaking to in spirit, isn't it?
Well, his nickname came about, unfortunately, because he was blind. He didn't know what he was wearing half the time, but somebody gave him a military hat to wear in the hospital. They just didn't tell him it was a German one. So that's where he got the nickname Herman the German.
Yeah.
I think the one of the good things that we do with Skepticide is we do both a mixture of the mediumship and the equipment, and the number of times where we've had a link up where either Alan or myself or somebody else in the group will pick something up through mediumship, and then unknowing to us, somebody else has got the same thing on a piece of equipment, either through an ovulus or on the spirit box, or I know I've got something, I'll write something down. Alan came up with a really good experiment we did where there'd been children evacuated too, and we all sat in a circle and wrote down names that just popped into our head. And Alan was able to go away and I think you verified at least the priest or the main guy who was instrumental in organising which families the children went to. So
and three out of the 5, 3 street names as well in the area that the children came from.
Well,
so that's what I enjoy.
Trigger object.
Trigger.
Yeah, that was pretty hilarious too.
I just love the fact that we use both mediumship and equipment, and we're doing our best to verify what we're getting in multiple ways.
Yeah, that's a little bit how Jane and I work, isn't it, Jane? You connect to the spirit, And what, like for example, the Fleur footage that you've seen, Laurie. Jane actually picked up on this man. Do you tell the story, Jane? 'Cause
Yeah, it was the footage that you seen was only a tiny bit of the story, because we'd gone into the room and I'd already picked this gentleman up walking around, and I actually drew him, because I draw all the spirits that I see, and I drew him, and we went to the back of the room to do some work with the voodoo doll that we'd got, and this gentleman was coming through really strong, and I asked him how he wanted to show himself, and the message came through that it just said Fleur, and I said to one of the girls, get the Fleur, and as soon as she turned it on, that's the footage that we got. But
Wow.
I think it was sort of twice as long as what they sort of
That
shown
was
on the
wild.
TV.
But
I've
actually
had some good stuff on the. I've had a few good things come through on the Fleur images of people. One at the White Swan, which was part of Paranormal Captured.
yeah,
Done a private one there with 2 friends, and we got some good stuff on the Fleur that night. So I saw yours though, and that was just like, oh my God, you can't miss that. That was, yeah.
Yeah,
Those are the
and
kind
I've
of
sent
things you
that.
live for.
Yeah, I've sent that footage off to quite a few people who are sort of even experts in Fleur technology, and they cannot explain it.
yeah, it's good
You know,
stuff.
we
That's
wanted to
why
try and get the
paranormal.
best.
So,
Love it. Love it.
Okay, so we come to the end of your hour, unfortunately.
thank you very much.
It's always shows that it's been an interesting chat, because the time flies.
Mm.
No, not on this Parameet, but we do a Haunted Connection show as well, and sometimes it's difficult, isn't it, Jane, just to fill the hour. But the time's flown, so it's fantastic meeting you all.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you for the hour.
Yeah,
We're a small group.
catching up with you all, and thank you for coming along and sharing all your stuff with us. And it's great when you see real genuine team that has the passion there, and it just shines through so much.
No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
you.
Thank you.
Alan, tell everybody how they can find you.
Come and find us on Facebook. We are Skepticide Paranormal. Click to join. We'll approve you, and come and read our articles, look at our evidence, get stuck in as much or as little as you choose.
Yeah,
and we have some great locations coming up as soon as COVID lets us. Hopefully,
fingers crossed.
Yeah, hopefully we're going to be doing a couple of charity events for RSPCA as well. So if people want to try us out on a public event, they're more than welcome, because it will all be for charity.
Brilliant. Yeah. And of course, if you do want to attach your link to the chat, feel free. Or if you want to put the link on the Parameet group page, feel free, because that's what it's all about.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And
thank you for doing this Parameet. It's been amazing to see all the groups and everything.
Yeah, I've had some really fantastic feedback. We've only done 2 nights. This is the 3rd night, so we are making plans for the future. That's all I'll say now.
Absolutely,
brilliant.
So keep watching. So in the normal words now, I'm going to kick you all out.
Yes, Happy New Year to you all.
Happy New Year
to you all.
Happy New Year.
That's it. Kicked them all out. Right. Okay, everyone. That was really good chat, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm going to have an hour off now, because the next show up is the Confessions of a Paranormal Investigator. So hold on to your chairs, everybody. It's going to be a roller coaster journey for the next hour with Amy, who's going to take over to this seat.
Yes, I am.
I'm going to go to the loo. So I'm going to hand over to Amy and Jane.
Cheers, Pops.
Go to the loo.
Okay.
Hello. Hello. Are you with us? Oh, plug yourself in, Duck.
I'm plugged in. Hello.
Hello. Can you hear us now?
I can hear you, yes.
How are you
That's
anyway?
Yeah, not too bad. So, welcome everybody to another session of the Confessions of a Paranormal Investigator, or as it's become, or otherwise known as just the Confessions Show, because what we like to do is try and bring you confessions of people when they've been out investigating, funny stories, but it's recently turned into confessions of anything and everything. So people's lockdown confessions, people's Christmas confessions. So any stories that you want to share with us, even while we're going through the next hour, put all your comments in the chat below. Send us some confessions, split on your mates, tell us all their dirty secrets. You know, we don't mind. And then we'll share it with everybody else. You can send them in anonymous. So, yeah, send us some funny stories and we'll just share it with anyone and everyone.
Oh, firstly, may I first say thank you to Bonnie Hunter, because I stole a load of her stories from her Matrix Paranormal page. So, so I need to say thank you to Bonnie. And thumb wave to Bloss, who's watching as well. Right, I have got my very first confession, and it's from a Faye Louise Brooke. I once fell in an open grave on an investigation. It was the night before my mum and stepdad got remarried, which happened to be the night before All Hallows. It was a double plot, one on top of the other, and they had laid the headstone down and dug open the grave ready for a burial the next day. I wasn't watching. Hello, Pops. I wasn't watching what I was doing, and I tripped over the headstone and flunked straight into the bugger. I had to be dropped out. No, sorry. I had to be dragged out by two burly guys. At the time, I was more worried about bruises, etc., and if my nails were still intact because of the wedding the following day. Have you fallen down any good holes?
Sorry?
I said, have you fallen down any good holes?
Not while I've been sober, no.
I know Neil's been dropped down some stairs.
No.
I don't know how he sits on this chair. It's horrible. It's not good for your back. It's proper squeaking.
Put the handbrake on, you'll be all right.
Tell me about it. Right. There's another one here. Dane Eckelman. We were at Ashmore Estate and it was super late. We were at the boiler room and I heard a faint growl. It was really quiet though. I heard it again. Sorry, someone keeps messaging and I keep hearing it. I heard a faint growl and it was really quiet though. I heard it again. So I went out to see what it could be. It ended up being our on-site host sleeping in the room across the hall. She was snoring. Do you ever fall asleep on investigations?
Me? No.
Yeah.
No.
I know Neil's fallen asleep on an investigation.
Oh, I
hasn't
have
he?
done once in the chair, yeah. I have done once in the chair when it was really late and there was a team there and me and Neil were in the old tea room in them big comfy chairs and
Yeah.
I must have just nodded off for about 10 minutes and Neil said to me, you just fell asleep? And I said, yeah, I think so. And he said, yeah, I thought I could hear you snoring.
I know what happens to Neil when he falls asleep. Which I might actually repeat again, actually.
Yeah, it's been a while. There's still plenty of mileage left in that one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
For people that don't know, which you're going to know now, me and Neil was in, and there was an investigation team in at the centre. There's Neil, got all comfortable on the chair. He kept moaning that he got gut ache and all that lot. Anyway, he falls asleep. The next thing I know, there's a great big noise going. And then Neil shut up, bolt right, and he goes, "Oh, and it smells as well." And and we still don't let him down. Let him. I love you too, Pop.
One of the funniest things that he said, like when you I think when you first said it was he didn't hear the beginning of it, but he heard the end of it.
I know, it was hilarious. Right, Mark Dudley. Right, this is a short one. I once banged my head on a low doorway. I said a few naughty words that evening. I would have said a few more than a few naughty words. I'm telling you. AJ Walker. We have been saying necrophonics since we've started. As you know, it's necrophonics. Just look the other day on all of our videos. So yes, Dick or what? He's been saying it wrong all this time. So I've got a couple of short ones, you see. So I'm just reading them out and that. So this one's Robin Sweetroll Ramsey. I was doing a lone vigil on the 3rd floor of Wildwood Sanatorium. I had to toot, if you know what I mean. Well, we say Neil toots, but you don't. I did, and I got an EVP that yelled, "Hey!" I guess the ghost didn't like a lady doing such a thing. Oh, bless her. No, I ain't going to ask you that. I thought better of it.
Good, I'm glad. I hate to lie.
I didn't really want to put you on the spot on that one. Right, Adrian Art. I was an outdoor investigation. The place is known for people showing up to do drugs. My team leader told the cameraman to stay with the equipment at the bottom of the hill. Halfway through the spirit box session, I saw a huge shadow coming up at us quickly, not of the paranormal kind. I instinctively drew my gun. The cameraman may have messed himself a little, but I bet he stays where he was told next time. I guess that one's from America. You're seeing them all over the world now.
Good. Keep your confessions coming in.
Absolutely. Here's one from someone we know and love. Neil Smith.
Bless him.
I once got rat-arsed on Christmas Eve, 1993. God, I was just leaving school then. No, I was. I went to the pub, then back to my mate's house. We went into his bedroom to carry on drinking spirits. I was absolutely wrecked. I remembered I went to the toilet, and when I walked out of the toilet, I fell out of the door, and all I can remember is seeing my mate's mum coming up the stairs with a plate of sandwiches. I couldn't stop. I fell head first down the stairs. There was only about 5 steps on the stairway. I smashed into the wall head first. I remember looking up and seeing in double vision. There was a ham sliding down the wall from the sandwiches. My mate said, "Neil, you okay?" I replied, "I think so," until I stood up and there was a bigger flight of stairs going the other way. I fell down them head first and smashed into the table at the bottom of the stairs with my head. The next thing I remember, I managed to get home somehow. I was woken up in bed by my mates. My bed was soaked with blood. My lips were like Mick Jagger's, my nose like a boxer. So I went back out and had another few beers. I looked a right mess. I guess what makes you bad makes you better. Have you ever got into that state, Jane, and fell downstairs and shit?
I might have done once or twice in my younger days.
Please tell.
I can't remember the details, but I know it's a long time ago.
Yeah.
I can't remember the details. I just know it happened.
You can say you don't have to tell me the details. Well, you can do if you want. Right, I have another one. Guess who it is again?
Our orange.
Our orange.
Our orange.
Right. My mate Brett was on holiday with his mate. They'd been drinking all day. It's becoming a bit of a common occurrence, isn't it, with Neil and alcohol?
Yeah. It does seem to be a bit of a common denominator.
Yeah. His mate buggered off to the apartment while Brett carried on drinking by himself. After a while, he decided to go back to the hotel himself. Totally rat-arsed, he went upstairs into his hotel room. He said to himself, "What the fuck's going on here? My mate has put the beds together and made a double bed." So Brett turns on the TV at the bottom of the bed. He took off his clothes and got into bed. He said what he thought was to his mate, "You're being a bit of a gay boy, ain't you?" "You are. What's all this about?" The person next to him started screaming. He turns around and it was an old granny lying next to him. And then her husband runs out of the bathroom trying to drag him out of bed. The dickhead only went into the wrong hotel room.
Why are we not surprised?
Oh. You ever fell up the stairs getting rat-arsed?
I might have done once or twice. A long time
Right?
ago.
Oh, this is going to become a common occurrence tonight, isn't it? Right, we have got a story from a Martin Carl Evans. And it's a Christmas confession as well.
Ooh.
About 20 years ago, it was our turn to have everyone round for Christmas dinner. So my dad said, "We need to get a new table." So me and my dad had to go and buy a big glass table. That's a mistake, isn't it? A glass one. It was so big and heavy, it took 4 of us to put it in the car, with going over and over heads, like carrying it over. It was just a bit too long for the car, so I said to my dad, "Use rope to tie the boot down and take your time on the way home." Anyway, I just pushed the door a little too hard, and the top of the table smashed and shattered into pieces, all in the car.
Oh no.
All we had was the table legs and chairs. Couldn't stop laughing all the way home. Best bit was we were still outside the shop when it happened. Oh, what a bummer. So I wonder what he put on the top then.
Well, it wouldn't take much, would it, to just have only got a knock glass the wrong way or slightest chip on you and it'll just shatter it.
Oh no.
I bet he was gutted. I wonder what their mum said when they got home. Bet she gave them a right ticket.
Oh, I bet. I'll tell you what, it wouldn't be a pretty sight. Right, we got one from our lovely Jacqueline Dixon now.
Oh.
In his final years, my dad tended to try and live on desserts. I'll do that now. So he usually had a chocolate dessert in one hand and a spoon in the other. Anyway, when we come to scatter his ashes, the funeral director emptied the ashes and a spoon suddenly fell out. The director was mortified, but we found it was quite typical of Dad to take a spoon with him. They had used the spoon for the ashes to put in the thing, and it may be a bit macabre, but still funny nonetheless. My sister has taken the spoon and she now puts it in the cranberry sauce on the table every Christmas.
Oh,
Right, shall we have a look, see if we've got any comments?
yep.
Right, when did we start? 9 o'clock. I don't think we've got many.
I think there's one there from Bloss. She says she falls up the stairs, not down.
Yeah, she does fall up the stairs quite regular. I was towers. No, I've gone back too far. Right, I've got people saying thumb wave and all that lot. Jacqueline, I was determined to find it tomorrow. So I don't know what that is. Oh yeah, Von was saying that she would have been worried about the gun. Yeah, so would I. But poor Bloss, she falls up the stairs, not down. Bless her. So
Yeah, so if you have got any confessions, guys, just drop them all in the comments.
yeah, and we'll read them out. So we've got
Any
another
funny
one.
stories that you've got.
Absolutely. Right, we've got another one from Jacqueline Dixon. All right. I once went on an event and we used a board with one of the events teams. And the team leader was pushing the planchette to make it move about and made it all about her. That's a bad mistake. At the end of the session, another person took over the control of the planchette and she was shocked at the responses as she thought it was real. She did make out she was a medium, so she would or should have known the truth. So a bit of a shock.
You'll always get found out, won't you? When you start cheating, people are not daft. They'll always find you out.
Absolutely. Von's just put, oh no. Von has put, it's one way to remember him, Jacqueline. At least you have your memories and a laugh at Christmas. Bless.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We have another story from our lovely Neil Smith, and then I'm going to go over some of the older stories. So
yeah, cool.
Right. When I moved in with my ex, her house was definitely haunted. It was built on the grounds of an old haunted pub. And when they built the house, they had a vicar come round and bless the house. I wasn't into the paranormal back then, but one night my ex woke me up screaming, saying that she saw somebody looking over me while I was sleeping. Also, my lad used to say he used to play with a little boy in his room. It was putting me a bit on edge. We used to hear footsteps on the landing and the stairgate came open one night. Then, this particular night, she woke me up again and said, "Listen to that." So I went onto the landing and all I could hear was, "Ring-a-ring-a-roses, a pocket full of posies." I had a shiver from head to toe. There was two explanations. One, my daughter's doll that played that song and the hand had to be pressed for it to react. Or there was that little boy playing with it. Or do we have burglars? And they picked it up and set it off. So there was three, not two. I was so shitting myself. So I thought, if there's anyone down here, I'm going to freak the fuckers out. So I put on some boxing headgear and boxing gloves, and I thought, I need a weapon. All I could find was some curling tongs.
That should straighten him out.
That was good for you, that was. I ran downstairs, burst into the living room, and there was just this doll sitting there smiling at me. And she was singing Ring a Ring of Roses. It was proper weird. So I threw the bastard in the garden. Oh, Christmas confession. Aunt Sherwood. Many years ago, I bought an ex a slightly explicit present and wrapped it up, but forgot to label it up. I wrapped up something else for a family member, and they were the same size. Anyone else would have opened them and checked which was which way round. But in my wisdom, I decided just to label them without checking. Guess who gave the wrong gifts out?
Yeah.
You can tell me a bit more about that later. That's funny, that is. Wasn't it funny at the time? It's hilarious now. Have you ever done that, Jane?
What, sent somebody the wrong gifts?
Yeah.
No. No. I'd always check. I wouldn't leave that sort of thing to chance. I don't think.
No, I wouldn't either. Right, let's have a look. We're going to have a bit of a roundup from the year. Right. Sarah Edwards. I've read this one a few times, so people may remember it. It was a fairly cold, dark winter's night. Sarah and 3 other members of her paranormal team decided to go and investigate the church at Clop Hill. Sarah and her team spent a bit of time by the car wrapping up and gathering kit. They put on their backpacks, and Sarah started to lead the team up the path towards the church ruins. All of a sudden, a loud alarm sounded. The noise was deafening, and it was like an air raid siren going off, and the church and surrounding area was lit up like a beacon of light in the night sky. Sarah's first instinct was to instantly turn and run, which she did right into her following team members. This put them all off balance, and they all fell and rolled down the hill. The contents of their backpacks was thrown everywhere, along with their bubble hats and their kit. The kit was scattered everywhere. One of Sarah's teammates ended up with a broken ankle. Sarah put her shoulder out, and to top it off, guess who turned up?
Who?
The police. I think she should have needed some straighteners or curling tongs just to straighten them out.
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant. Right, it's another classic. And I'll say it's anonymous, but we all know who it is. It was the big investigation at Drakelow Tunnels. We woke up and it was with pure excitement. The day was set, but 2 hours later, I felt the need to poo. But I couldn't go. It appeared that I was a bit backed up and thought it will clear. Boy, was I wrong. Well, this poo was a watermelon baby poo. And it was not budging. My friend came over and asked if, and I asked if she had any laxatives, which they did, 3 of them. And at this point, I was in agony. My friend said, take all of them, it'll be fine. So guess what I did? I took them all. The clock was against me. Well, it was 1 hour before I needed to leave, and the magic happened. And the magic happened, and the baby watermelon was born. All was good for the hour-long journey, and we arrived safe at the location. But then I needed the loo again and again and again. And to the point that I spent the whole night investigating the toilet cubicle with my VI poo. And the toilet was most definitely not the most haunted area. But I can tell you something, I bet it had the most activity that night. Oh, bless. Right. Here's another anonymous one. I was on an investigation and it was around 2 a.m. at an haunted location, which I won't disclose. All the activity died off. We were sat in the attic space and there was nothing stirring. So my friend suggested that we do a quiz, which was on his phone. So I agreed. What harm could it do? Famous last words. Then my friend told me the name of the quiz. Man milk or moo milk? The quiz was self-explanatory. You had to decide whether it came from a man or a cow. So we sat doing the quiz and it was disgusting. And we laughed so hard, like doing this quiz, that we disturbed the other team members. We couldn't even say what we were doing to make us laugh so much. So we tried to pass it off as paranormal activity. But I don't think they believed us. But do you know what? I found that quiz. And it really is that bad.
You Googled it.
I did. I typed in that disgusting. It was disgusting. My poor eyes were so shocked.
Yeah, I bet.
Right, let's have a look. See what else we've got. Right. A friend, this is another anonymous one. All right, so a friend and I were in the bedroom at an haunted location in Gloucester. My friend's got a thing about sticking her head up chimneys. Do you know what? I like doing that as well. And the holes of goal and all that lot. Suddenly,
confession in itself.
Anyway, suddenly I get a full-on hair attack by a moth and I scream extremely loudly, and my friend removed her head from the chimney too quickly. She banged her head on the wooden beams. She screams at me, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" And at this point, I can't stop laughing while telling her that I'd been attacked by a moth. I then got attacked by her. This is another one from our lovely Carrie Brennan. Not a confession of a paranormal investigator, more of a paranormal confession. When I split up from my first serious partner, We had bought a house together. I had to live with her for a while until I sorted a new place out. She cheated, so you can imagine I was pretty angry. The women in my family have always been quite witchy. At this point of time, I've not been involved in a coven or anything, so I was a bit uncontrolled with my intent. I either didn't know better or know how to control it. So a few things kind of happened that were coincidental. First, she broke her wrist. Remind me not to get on the wrong side of Carey. Then a car got broken into. And no, I was not on, it wasn't me because I was on the other side of the city. Then her new girlfriend's car was stolen from outside our house. I still think these were deserved, but I've had some karma for them. But it was well worth it. But by far the best, well, funniest at the least, was this. She was petrified of dolls. One morning I woke to the sound of my ex shouting, "Is this your idea of a joke?" through my door. I can hand on heart say I had absolutely no idea what she was talking about. And I told her this repeatedly before getting up to see what I was being accused of. Well, the bedroom she was sleeping in was over the kitchen and there was a flat roof underneath. And on the flat roof, there was a doll's head. I certainly didn't put it there, but it was bloody brilliant and her reaction was priceless. She was scared shitless, especially when she realised I really hadn't done it. Or had I? So yes, unintentional intent, unfocused negative feelings, hilarious if karmatically bad results. I'm definitely not getting on the wrong side of Carey. Oh, we got a comment here from Bloss. Nothing worse than being attacked by a moth.
Yeah, and if it's a saber-tooth one, then you got to be even more careful.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you mean? I haven't got a clue what you're talking about, Ron. We have got another one here now from Steve Higgins. On a public event ghost hunt in an old manor house, I sneakily touched my girlfriend's bottom. It was in the dark. Little did I realise that in the silence, everyone heard it and asked, "What's that scratching sound?" I couldn't really confess it was me being inappropriate with my girlfriend. So I just said, "I think it was coming from down the end of the hallway." Oh, bless.
I wonder how many times that's happened on investigations.
Yeah. Has it ever happened to you, Jane?
No, I've never been that lucky.
Don't know me. Bloss says, do they have teeth? Only the saber-tooth ones. Right, we have another one from Liz Cormel. We were up at Pendle Hill. We could all see this white shape moving mysteriously across the field. It was moving towards us. It got very close, and to my shame, I ran until it went, "Bah." She was running from a sheep, bless her. I love that one. That's got to be one of my favourite ones that has.
Yeah.
Right. Julianne Sparks. On a tour at the Winchester Mystery House, my husband's best friend farted. But it was of the silent and deadly variety. Everyone swore they could smell sulphur.
Demonic activity.
I am not basking in anyone's residual energy. The husband's and best friend, they were trying not to cackle in the background. It was the last tour I ever did with them. Oh. Right, we've got another one here from Laura Richer. When I was on an investigation, I had to use the bathroom. It adjoined to a room where we were running mics, cameras, etc. I accidentally passed a loud wind, then decided to make raspberry sounds with my mouth to try and cover it up. As if I was doing it on purpose for laughs. Then I started laughing so hard that my teammates thought I'd gone insane. I still laugh thinking about my lame attempts for the cover up. Have you ever done out like that?
No.
Love that reaction.
No. No bodily functions on an investigation. No. I know plenty of people who have, though, when we've been there's one guy, and it was when we'd got the cameras up at the centre, and I don't think he realised that in the tea room we'd got a microphone on. And everyone was in the seance room, and he came out the seance room, walked into the tea room, let one rip, which was a right corker. Then went back and joined the others, and he didn't realise that there was a microphone in the tea room and everybody could hear it. Oh dear.
Oh God, that's brilliant. You need to be careful where you pass wind. You need to put microphones.
You need to check where the cameras and microphones are first.
Absolutely. All right, I have another one. Liz Cormel. We did an experiment in the Undercroft of a castle once using different frequencies of sound. All I will say is don't ever use brown noise in a confined space with 7 other people. Oh God, mixing gases. That's gross.
Brown noise.
Yeah. I love that saying. Oh. Right. We got the famous one by Paul Stevens. When I was telling guests about the wheelchair at the HAPRC, I meant to say Philip Schofield has sat in this chair. But what I actually said was Philip Schofield shat in the chair. Don't think anyone went near it all night. I can remember, actually, I've just had one just pop into my head all of a sudden, right? I did an investigation at Ruffin Control Tower, right, with Ghost Hunter Tours. And at the end of the night, we found a pair of pants. Somebody's pants. Oh, and we were there with this pen. It's like, who do they belong to? Look, we call them the Ruffin pants. So if anyone's
find out who they belong to?
No, we didn't. We know the location, so we've got no idea of the guests. So if anyone's found missing a pair of pants and they went to Ruffin, like, put them in the bin.
Were they male or female?
I think they were female, but I never checked. I never went anywhere near them. And talking of Ruffin Control Tower, this is one of my stories, right? During an investigation at Rookham Control Tower, we got an amazing opportunity to investigate the Green Goddess fire engine. And it was absolutely amazing, this thing was. Oh, brilliant. Before entering the Green Goddess, the Green Goddess, I said to our guests, please don't touch anything inside. It is a very delicate machine. So when we went inside, we sat down, we got comfortable, we started calling out, which we got virtually nothing. Then I heard a voice say, what does this button do? And before I got the chance to say, please don't touch anything. And guess what he did? Yes, he pressed the button. And do you know what happened? The bloody siren went off. Woo, woo, woo. Flashing everywhere. And it was really loud, and we all panicked and started to fight to turn this bloody button off. Eventually, we found the button to turn the siren off, and we virtually fell out of it. And I ended up having to have a few words with them, but we were laughing in the process. It was quite funny. Have you ever done that? Press something you weren't supposed to, or had an alarm going off and that lot?
No, I don't think I have.
What about Guy's Cliff?
What happened there?
I don't know. An alarm went off.
I can't remember. Oh, yeah, that wasn't directly me though. That not through pressing a button.
No.
But yeah, they've got laser beams of light, like laser beams, and one of the lads had climbed up onto the ruin, not knowing that he'd broken one of these laser beams. And about 10 minutes later, all the police turn up, thinking that we're trespassing, and yeah, thinking that we're trespassing, and we're up to no good. So we had to sort of explain our way out of that one, and then they went off, and we went on to do the investigation because we'd got there a bit early, you see. So we had to walk around the building, and they'd got some sort of laser beam sort of trigger stuff, and it had, yeah, one of the lads had triggered it off climbing on it.
What are they like?
He had a swift backhander, and we just got on with the investigation.
Made to sit in the car.
Just don't touch anything.
Yeah. I'll chop your freaking fingers off. Right, this is Taylor May. When I had Sheldon over, we were fast asleep, and it was around 3 in the morning. I got woken up abruptly with what felt like a thumb being rammed up my bottom. It hurt a lot, and I shot up bolt right and looked at Sheldon. He was fast asleep, so either the dog got a bit frisky or some ghost had some fun. I bet he didn't pull out a plum. Right, we got one here from Tracy Collette. This was my very first taste of investigating. I wasn't a member of a team at this point. This was going back from before I joined FSR, which was a team member's endo. Kelly had organised it. We were at Calverton Hatch Nuclear Bunker for the night, and it was an event with the public. Now, everyone in my team knows I'm very jumpy, and I hate the dark tunnels, corridors, and to be honest, I hate the dark in general. So the whole night, I said to Kelly, don't leave me. I was stuck to Kelly's side the whole night. Didn't really get much in the way of anything paranormal, but back then, I got a taste of ghost hunting. Anyway, come the end of the night, and we were asleep in the bunkers, but was told beforehand that it gets very active outside of the dormitories when everyone goes to bed. I, for one, didn't need to hear that before going to bed. So anyway, we all got ourselves into bed. Kelly was in bed to my right, and we all said our good nights. Good night, Jim, Bob, etc. Anyway, after what seemed like an hour of having covers halfway up my face and every knock bang click, they were pulled over my face in fear of the unknown. I then got the urge to go to the toilet. I honestly went before bed. Why now? So I held it for a while. The person sleeping to the left of me was snoring her head off, like a proper snoring, to the point I think one of us threw something at her to try and shut her up. That didn't work. We should have used a pillow and put it over her face. That's what we should have done. Then Kelly whispered, "Trace, you still awake?" I whispered back, "Yeah, why?" She whispers, "Do you fancy going the loo?" I whispered, "Fuck yeah." So we both got up and went on our travels to the toilet. On the way, I said how glad I was, as I needed to go. I was busting. Anyway, we did our business and travelled back to our room. And on our way back, Kelly decided to scare the shit out of me. She was ahead of me and hid around the corner. I got round the corner and she jumped out shouting, "Boo!" I actually screamed and shouted, "Oh, for fuck's sake!" So I ran back to the room. Kelly thought it was highly hilarious until she passed the room where the people who ran the event were sleeping. And she said, "Oh, shit, I didn't realise they were staying in the room next to us." And at the time, I was shitting myself. But it's funny thinking back now. And Kelly always tries to scare me now. And she succeeds every time. Right. Let's let the door open. Bloody cold in here. The night the spirits left their scent. Our old team, this is an anonymous story, by the way. Our old team were doing an investigation at RAF Fenton. I had a dodgy tummy. It was gurgling all night. Halfway through the investigation, I suddenly got really bad stomach pains. I could no longer hold it in, and I had to dart into a room and go behind a door in the officers' quarters. As soon as I squatted, it shot out and splattered all up the wall.
Oh, oh no.
Our other investigators were outside the room holding a torch and started laughing at the noises it made.
Oh.
She suddenly stopped laughing and started gipping. I then carried on with the investigation, but half an hour later it happened again, and in a generator room. She did her best to clean up everything, but did struggle as no cleaning products or water was available. But she did her best with what she had. However, the following week, another team went to do an investigation, and they were totally fake. I know who this team is, but I'm not saying it. I didn't know the history, but they were trying to find the directions to the officers' quarters, but trying to make out they knew everything about the location. So, as viewers, our team tried to direct them online. As they got closer, they were saying about how bad the smell of sulphur was. It becomes so funny that they said about the putrid smell. They kept being over dramatic about it, being a sign of spirit that the team directed them to the area so they could really smell where past spirits living had been. We were howling with laughter. We almost peed ourselves laughing in hysterics. It was so funny watching it as viewers, knowing what had happened. Have you ever had a dodgy stomach on an investigation?
Not to that extent, no. There was one at Hinckley Museum where I was just desperate for a wee, but there's a tiny little toilet in there, and after they'd done the talk,
Flashing.
eh?
I'm flashing.
Oh.
The ball.
After they'd done sort of the introductory talk, there was just a massive queue for the loo, and I thought I desperately need to go, so I left the museum and I ran down the road to the pub, and I just ran into the pub, went into the toilet there, and on the way back, on the way back out, the landlord clocked me, and he said to me like, "Oi, what are you doing?" And I just he says, "Do you want to drink?" And I says, "No, wrong spirits." Just ran about. So yeah. There's always humour where there's toilet jokes.
Oh yeah, everyone loves toilet humour. Right, we got another one from the lovely Tracy Collette. We were at the HAPRC on an investigation, and it was my first time there. We had a good evening with lots of happening. Anyway, it was the end of the night, and we were getting our beds sorted, ready for settling down for the night. And we were all blowing up our beds, unfolding beds, and one of our team members, John Ingram, had a bed chair. Now, as everyone was getting settled, John went to get into his bed, and as he did, the bed chair collapsed and folded up on the floor with him in it. He hadn't unfolded the legs properly, bless him. And he was trying to get up. I was creasing, and I did eventually help him once I stopped laughing. You can imagine it, legs and arms everywhere. Oh.
That would have been funny to catch on the camera, wouldn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I would have loved to have seen that. We got another one here from Sarah Edwards. We were doing an investigation at St Brivel's Castle, and all members were sleeping in rooms of about 6 to 8 to bunk, like in a room, like, and we had left cameras running all night in some of the rooms. The following day, I was going through the footage on the camera, and one of the guests had completely forgotten about the camera and came out of the shower with just a small towel wrapped around him. The camera was positioned looking right up his towel, and yes, we could pretty much see everything. He didn't have a clue. Sarah, you still got that video footage?
Send it through, Sarah. Got me goggles on.
Right, Sarah Edwards again, the full moon story. A group of about 6 of us decided to go on a nighttime UFO watch. We all started our long climb up a very steep hill called Ivanhoe Beacon. At the top, you can see for miles. Well, we had been up there for a couple of hours, and it was now very dark, and Claire, one of our team members, wandered off, bearing in mind there were no trees on this hill or any bushes. Well, I was shining a torch around, and suddenly my torch picked up a large white object. I soon realised I'd caught Claire with her trousers down, having a wee. Oh, that's brilliant. Right. What's
Got
this
any
one?
comments, Amy?
Right, let's have a look. What's this one? Blossport, we got through out of the windmill museum after my husband and brother-in-law touched something they shouldn't. Oh, bless. Willie's put, everything I do on an investigation is funny or stupid. Yeah, I know that, Will, but you never send me any stories, do you?
Yeah, we just need to ring the bell around Willie and just watch him. watch him, watch him take a bit.
Oh, and Sarah has put, was so funny you had to be there. Right.
We've only got a few minutes left. It's gone really quick.
I know it has, yeah. So I'm just seeing if we got one that we could do, a quick one that we can do.
Time does fly when we're having fun.
Oh, hang on. Neil Smith. Right. I went to Devon and there was a replica ship of the Golden Hind. I went on with my son. We went under the deck where they used to keep the prisoners. It was very dark. There were dummies chained to the walls, acting as prisoners. I saw what I thought was a dummy by the wall that looked like Corey's granddad. So I went over and pulled his nose, and it wasn't a dummy, it was a real bloke. Wasn't happening. Oh, God, oh, where's my camera? I need to save that. Oh, bless. Oh, Benji enjoys ringing the bells for Willie. I can see that our next guest is in the green room waiting for us. So I am going to pass you back over to Neil.
Yeah, and on that note, I am going to go for a quick loo break.
Yeah, and everybody else, remember, send us your stories.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. Thanks for all your comments. And yeah, watch out for when's the next confession show, Amy?
It's the first Tuesday of every month. So I don't know. The first Tuesday in January. I need to get some stories in for it. So, the 5th.
Yeah, so send us all your confessions, send them to Amy, and we will see you all in the new year. So happy new year to everyone.
Bye.
We'll see you all soon.
There you go, Pops.
Thank you. Right. Oh, Jane's gone as well.
It's lunchtime for shoes.
All right. Okay then. I hope you enjoyed that. It's a bit of humour because we can't get too much humour, can we? Okay then. Okay. Von says, so funny. I will get you some more in.
Brilliant.
Bloss says, oh, same one. Okay then. So we've got. I can see our next guest poised to come in. Anne's not actually got a picture up. And you need to turn your camera on. So let's bring. There's Adam.
Oh, hi Neil.
Hello, Adam. And there's John.
Hi Neil.
Hi John. Hi John.
Yeah.
Anne's got to turn her camera on. So she jumped out for a second and she'll jump back in. Jane's disappeared into the void.
Oh, that's no good.
I think she just nipped to the little boys' room or little girls' room.
Little girls' room, yeah.
So, how are you two guys?
Surviving, thanks.
Are you bearing up with all this madness that's going on?
Yeah.
Bearing up.
Yeah. You've got to, haven't you? Think of the alternative. Here's Jane. Hi, Jane.
It's Jane. Hi, Jane.
Hi. Hi, everyone.
Hi,
One second. We need to get Anne on. Look, can you pass me my phone, Amy, please? You can unplug it. Let me just text Anne because she's not connected to her camera or microphone. So bear with me. I'm just texting Anne. Okay, John, we can start shot, can't we?
Yes, we can start.
Have you got your? People don't know who you are. Tell everybody who's watching your team name, what you do, and that sort of thing. So
Right.
introduce yourselves.
Fantastic. Hi, I'm John. With me on screen is Adam, and the guest. We're part of Spiritus Nexus. We formed January this year, which is a bit of an unfortunate time to start a team up, for obvious reasons. Oh, he's on. But yeah, well, we're a group of enthusiasts, interested parties, people who have, in most cases, a lifetime interest in the paranormal and an urge to, I'll say spread the message, but that sounds a bit evangelical, to be honest. An urge just to communicate that love, that interest in the paranormal with other people.
Cool, brilliant. She's trying to connect, but she needs to connect to a microphone and a camera.
So we know sort of Anne's part of the team, but how many, when you said you recently formed the team earlier this year, how many people have you got in the team, and you know, how did you sort of come about forming and moving on with the team?
Well, there's 7 of us in the team, and we met really through venue events, as guests in different events. I mean, Anne and I have known each other for a few years, and we've met other people as we've gone along. We've met Adam, obviously, Donna, Maxine, Joe, and your grandson. We did terrible when you prank her. Gemma, that's the one. Sorry, Gemma, if you're watching. Your brain still went dead. And we've all met over time. We found we get on well together. We've got similar interests. Here's Anne.
Hey. I'm having to do this on my phone because the camera's on the computer, but it's not working. For some reason, it's not loading.
That's fine. We can see and hear you, Anne. So
Hiya.
how are you coping with all this madness that's going on at the minute?
Well, very, very busy work-wise, but very bereft investigation-wise.
Yeah, it's been a difficult year for all the paranormal teams, hasn't it?
Yeah, really bad.
And for the locations, of course, because it's the locations are suffering as well.
Yeah, well, we had quite a few things booked, and with yourself as well, as you know, and they've all had to go by the by. And I think I heard John say earlier it was a bad time for us because we were trying to start off.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you did pick a bad time to begin a new team, didn't you?
Yeah, but we'll come back next year. Hopefully.
Definitely.
Next year is going to be a good year.
Yeah.
I can feel it in my waters.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah, you can get pills for that, Neil.
Okay, let's bring Adam into the conversation. Okay, Adam. Good evening.
Good evening.
You've done quite a few live feeds on your own, haven't you?
I have, yes. I've been
before COVID. I know you've been to some prisons on your own and done live feeds during the day.
I have, yes. I've been to Gloucester, Shrewsbury, and haven't been to Shepton Mallet yet. Shepton Mallet's on my bucket list for next year.
Cool. You do some good live feeds on your own walking through the prisons, I must admit.
I'm very brave after what I caught back last year. It was January, I think, when I caught that groan on camera.
Yeah.
Back
cool.
in the Dana, as they called it for short.
that was when everything was quite normal, wasn't it? In January and February.
It was, yeah. The only 2 months of this year we've actually got, isn't it?
Yeah.
We managed to get. We did do a sort of a mini investigation, Donna and I, on New Year's Eve last year. We went up to the old St Margaret's Hospital in Great Barr, and that was really good. We had some good, because there's only the sort of the isolation unit now that is still available, and you know, sort of to get to. And that was really interesting. So what with that and Adam's lives, we've been keeping going, haven't we, really?
We have.
John, I guess it's just a case of making people aware that you're still there at the minute.
Yeah, we're still there. We're still hanging on. We've got provisional bookings, but at this point in time, we're not advertising them because we don't know where they're going to go.
No.
Because you say, I mean, the difficult time has been for the venues with no income coming. I mean, you found that yourself at the centre. It's trying to find a way to keep ownership or sometimes keep the rents going. We're lucky. We've got jobs. You know, this is a paying hobby. So I just keep my fingers crossed that everybody's still there when we want to start again.
What scares me is when because COVID is going to end. Well, we are going to be able to go out and investigate it again sometime. What scares me or worries me, not for me personally, for you as teams, is are some venues going to have to put their prices up to try and get the money back in? What's your thoughts on that?
I think we'll have to wait and see, won't we? I mean, if they're not careful, they could price themselves out of the market. So they're going to have to find a cost and a price structure that teams can afford.
Yeah.
So we'll have to wait and see.
We're looking to do the smaller venues anyway to start off with. I saw earlier on one of the Parameet feeds that you were talking about going out and investigating as a team first. So that's what we're intending to do, is to go out as a team first and then take it out to and go out with our guests the next time. We've got a couple of small venues that we've approached, and we were going to do one, got to keep it close to my chest really, but we were going to go and do one that had never been investigated before in October. And that will be quite good. But I think we're going to just have to see, because obviously none of us want to then pass on the increased cost to guests, because guests then can't afford it, can they?
That's right. It's a bit knock-on effect, isn't it? Have you got a question, James? Do you want to jump in?
Yeah, I was just going to say, so following on from that, how do you all like to investigate? Do you like old school? Do you like the equipment? Do you have a medium? You know, how does the team sort of investigate as a whole?
I think we've all got different ways, Jane, to be honest. I think there are some people who are interested in, I know that John, for instance, is interested in technical side of things, and so is Adam. And then I think the girls have got different skills as well, because we don't actually have a medium with us, but most of us are sensitives in one way or another. I mean, the way that we came together was interesting, really, because Donna, John and I met up at our very first investigation, John and I, at the at Steelhouse Lane. We met Donna, then we met Adam at Dudley Castle, and then of course we met Joe and Maxine Amos, and the lovely Gemma, who you know Gemma. And so we all have different ideas, really. I'm old school. I like the Ouija boards. I like dowsing rods. John's more technical, but you also like human pendulum, things like that, don't you, John? Yeah. Adam's very good on the technical side. But you've got your REM pods, haven't you, Ad? I don't know whether you want to say more.
I've got my K2, and I also like doing my calling out as well during vigils to see if I get responses like tapping and whistles, etc. So I like that side of the investigations.
Let me just put this one comment up for you, Adam.
Yeah. Oh, hi, Mel. That's my auntie.
Hello, Adam's auntie.
Oh, she's my virtual auntie. She's not my blood auntie. She's my auntie from my other YouTube group I've joined, if you get what I mean.
Now on, she's Auntie Mel.
She's Auntie Mel.
Yeah. I think when you go on an investigation, Jane, I don't know whether you would agree, but you sort of feel your way, don't you, really? And if spirits are responding more to technology, like, the spirit boxes, Echo Vox, that sort of thing, you would tend to go along with that. But I think even some of the spirits, like the old school stuff, like the dowsing rods and the boards and things like that. And so we go well equipped, I think. We do go well equipped, and as I say, I just think all the different elements of everybody that's in our group now just bring something special. Us all just being together, really. There's no one team leader, for instance, in Spiritus Nexus. We all come to decisions together. We all discuss things together, and we just get on so well. I mean, during lockdown, we've done a paranormal quiz via Zoom. We've done paranormal bingo. We've had Zoom evenings where we end up, it's hilarious sort of thing. So we just get on so well together, really.
Yeah. I think one of the things for me that comes through, because we speak to so many teams, and it's lovely to see how in each individual team, how all the energies blend and everybody's got their sort of their sort of place, and everybody brings something different to the table. Everybody contributes something different, and I think this is how you see a lot of teams finding their success, because it's not necessarily in the activity or the evidence they find, it's within the team itself.
I mean, when we first knew, obviously, about not being able to mix with other people, we were very happy that we would perhaps go and do some investigations, just us, to suss out different venues for the future. And then, of course, we were quite disappointed then that even we couldn't mix, because we wouldn't have put our guests at risk at that stage. But we were happy that we could meet up with each other. But then, of course, the restrictions came in to such a point that we couldn't. I mean, some of us, like, for instance, travel together. I mean, Adam, Adam's very good on the trains, but Donna doesn't drive. So even getting people together was logistically not on during these times. But we've managed to find other ways to keep in touch, which I think is important.
Yeah, I think that's where the internet's come into its own, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not just quite adventurous like this one, the big Parameet. It's just getting and talking to each other and just keeping that bond going, isn't it?
Yeah.
I know Jane must get fed up with me some days, because I message and talk to her every day.
You probably can see we're all in our purple. That's going to be our team colour.
Yeah, and you know what we think about purple as well.
Lanyards as well.
Lanyards as well. Look,
yeah.
Okay.
We've also got a couple of other members of the group.
Oh, right.
This is Cheryl Crow. Our theme is crows. Our symbol is crows. For some reason, we all found that we really liked crows and ravens and things. And actually, do you remember, Neil, when we came to do a photo shoot at the and Donna gravitated towards the crow that you've got. So that's Cheryl. Anyway, she goes to all the events with us. Got her own lanyard.
No, she's short.
We're only slightly eccentric with that.
And this is her husband. Well, her partner. We think they're husband and wife. This is Russell. Russell Crowe. He's got his own lanyard as well. Yeah. So staff member Russell. So they come with us to all the venues. Hopefully, really, for people to go away and have something that they remember from. That's good. That's the team that's got the two. So
shooting crows, yeah.
let's put
Yeah.
our first question up to you guys. Okay.
Sorry.
Ant says, "What is the best piece of technology you can use on an investigation?" What's the best piece of technology?
For me, definitely the spirit box.
You're a spirit box fan then, Ant?
Yeah, I get a lot of communication through me ghost hunting tool I use on my phone. We've also recently started using voice box by Weasel as well, which is a good one to use.
Is that an app on your phone?
It is, yeah. They're all free.
Oh.
They're all free on there, so it's a good one to download. We've had some quite good responses through there. I think when we did a little team investigation at Shrewsbury Prison at the beginning of the year when we first joined, we put that app on in one of the cells and we got a really deep laughter coming through it, didn't we, in one of the cells we were in? So that was quite spooky.
And we also got an inmate who wanted to take both Maxine and I on. Yeah. He was a bit of a cheeky soul. Yeah.
Not teammate.
Yeah. Not very clever then, trying to take you fair on, is he?
He isn't, is he?
Told us to come back later because he hadn't got time then.
Yeah, but seriously, I think one of the most important things is yourself. To trust your own senses as well. I mean, all the technology is great, but it's in context.
Yeah.
So if you're getting responses in context and you feel they're right and you're getting that sort of feedback, you can tell when these things like the broken radios and the Echovoxes and the apps are actually producing something sensible rather than just gibberish.
Yeah. I agree with that totally. And these spirit boxes and all these different gadgets, they're okay, but if they talk sense all the time, I'd trust them more. But sometimes they're just talking gibberish, and then a couple of words come out, and you think, "Oh yeah, that fits." But
We've had some good stuff on the
we do get some good stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, let's put Mel's comment. Mel says, "Auntie Mel says I got three spirits in my house. It is my loved ones." Yeah, we talked about this the other night, didn't we, Jane? I think the vast majority of spirits in people's houses will be loved ones just coming round yet.
Yeah. I was very lucky because, well, lucky and unlucky. I lost my mum about it'll be 3 years this March, and she was always, her and my dad are always people that I've been able to talk to about spirit and paranormal, and that they were quite up for discussion, which a lot of people's parents aren't. But she came through quite quickly when we were at Rougham one of the times. And she came through on a message board, and she very often pops in to investigations, which is really nice. And at the beginning of lockdown as well, a couple of us did some videos that we put on the webs onto our pages. Donna did setting up and closing down a Ouija board, and I did one on dowsing rods and the history and stuff like that. And who should come along to join in but my mum? so everybody got introduced to her that night. But yeah, she's very often around. So I think loved ones do come around you.
Oh yeah, definitely. Let's put Mandy's comment up. Mandy says, "Mel, Jane, Peg, I have 4. I don't know who they are, and I always pick up spirits in visitation." Yeah, again, I would imagine there's some kind of family members.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible they're associated with the land and they're just wandering past, seeing who's there now. You can't tell until you make contact, can you?
Perhaps ask for a sign to show, if they're known, if they're family members, to leave a sign of some sort.
Yeah. Lindsay says, "Have I got any spirits?" That's impossible to tell, isn't it? Online, is it?
Yeah.
Jane?
Ask out.
Yeah, just ask if there's any. Joe Amos. I think you know who that is.
I think we might know Joe. Yeah. Hi, Joe.
Hi, Joe.
Joe said, so many exciting times ahead for Spiritus Nexus. I'm so proud to be part of such a positive and experienced group.
Oh, that's nice.
Thank you, Joe.
Thanks,
So
Joe.
where does the name of the team come from, and what does it mean, Spiritus Nexus?
It actually means connection with the spirits, or making a connection with the spirits. And Maxine came up with it. We were trying to come up with a name for ourselves, and Maxine actually came up. Joe's mum, Maxine, came up with that one for us, and we liked it because it means connecting with spirit or spirit connections.
Yeah,
quite a clever name.
That's nice. Yeah.
Okay,
So.
I think you know this next lady.
Oh,
hi, Donna.
Hi, Donna. Hi, Donna.
Hi, Donna.
Talking about skills and gifts. Donna is our psychic medium, our psychic artist.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Donna says, for me, it's not tech. A pencil and paper and my own intuition works best.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know Donna has got a few interesting items for us at the centre.
Yes.
Ant says, does Crows and Ravens have any spiritual involvement with the investigation, i.e. following Norse pagan rites?
Yeah, they're supposed to be very intelligent, and also a connection to people of the past. You know, they're featured a lot in, Jane could probably tell us more on this one, but they're featured a lot in folklore and in you know, for instance, even in Game of Thrones, you know, they're very much featured as something that is spiritual, that brings messages through, that makes connections to the living.
Cool.
Am I right, Jane, in that?
Yeah, they've also got very strong connection with protection, haven't they? Because the theory goes with the Tower of London that if ever the ravens leave, the tower will fall.
Yeah.
And it's the ravens that protect the tower. So yeah, it's there's a lot of tales around the ravens.
Okay, Joe says it's all about EVPs for her.
Yeah. Joe's also very good at hearing things that none of us can. She'll hear something. Yeah.
Auntie
and
Mel.
Jane likes her cat balls as well.
Auntie
She likes
Mel.
her flashing balls.
Enough said.
Auntie Mel says, I love using the singing bowl and a K2 meter. Mandy says, I love the ghost and spirit box and also the SLS.
Yeah, that's one of my ambitions, is to have an SLS.
Yeah.
Because I love watching the one up at the centre, Neil. I love that.
Yeah. Okay, Anne says, what has been your favourite event that you have hosted?
Right. Well, as we said earlier, Ant, sorry, does somebody else want to come in on this one? Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Ant, as a team, we've held an event at the Four Crosses, which was basically a birthday party for somebody in Cannock, which was really interesting. And then we hit lockdown. So as a team, that's all we've done. But I think just venues, there's some amazing places out there.
Just to explain about the party, this was one of our ethics really for our team going forward, is we want to be inclusive for anybody. And shortly after we set up our team and we started promoting ourselves, a lady contacted Donna, and she said that her son, who was a young man, autistic gentleman, who had a real enthusiasm for the paranormal and a real knowledge about it, had applied to go on a few investigations and had been turned down. They wouldn't allow him onto the investigation. And she saw us, she saw our advert, and basically she was asking us, she'd hired the Four Crosses at Cannock for him to go and do his own investigation, and his family and everything to go. And she said when she saw it was fortuitous, because on the same day, her daughter, this lad's sister, had said, wasn't it a pity that they couldn't get a team to go and run it like an event for him? So he'd got the experience of an event. And so we were only really, really glad to step up to the mark. And it was a we had a lot of activity. We had family members coming through, which the family were really pleased about. His nan, his favourite nan, came through on a message board, which we were able to just sit back and let, you know, once we'd started off, we had nothing to do with it, but this lady came through very strongly, and she was able to participate in this lad's event, really. And we want to do more of that, because we've met, you know, we don't think that ghosts just come out at night, and we've met a lot of people individually and as a group together who don't particularly like the dark. Some of them, although they're interested in paranormal, they don't like going out at night. They don't like the dark. And so what we want to do in the future is accommodate people like that. We want to look at venues where people say who are wheelchair users. Obviously, the very old buildings don't lend themselves to somebody with that sort of a disability. But there are things that you could include them in, even if they were to stay around one area that was accessible. So we want to become an inclusive type of team like that, really. We just felt it was really sad that event companies wouldn't allow this young man to go with them because he was autistic.
Okay, a couple of people have asked, what's the scariest place you've ever investigated? Let's go all one at a time, all three of you. Start with Adam, because he's sitting there nice and quiet, like a.
Probably for me, it'd be Shrewsbury Prison. This is the first location, and this was in the daytime. It was about 4:45 in the evening. Is where I actually heard my first DVP, which is direct voice phenomena. So I was calling out, and think it was a question that. It was Joe's question. I was actually calling out. I was watching the video clip. It's on my YouTube channel the other night. And directly after I asked it, I had a male voice scream no from one of the upper cells. And there was absolutely nobody else in the building with me. So that was quite strange.
Wow.
And you can see me at the end of the video start freaking out. And begin to leave the room after. But part of me wishes I'd stayed and spent the next 10 minutes trying to find out who it was, or if it was a person, or if it was someone outside the building making the noise. But who knows? That's why it's called paranormal, isn't it?
Yeah, don't know. What about you, John?
Scariest. I don't know about scariest. One of the most unsettling place I've been is, strange enough, one of the landings at Gresley Old Hall. On the main sort of staircase landing, in one corner, wandered into there to take some photographs, and I had to get out of that corner because there was something lurking in that corner. Thought, I just don't want to be here. And I remember that night sending somebody else into the corner saying, "Can you feel anything over there?" You've got to, haven't you? But yeah, that's the most unsettling bit I've been.
Cool. Okay, Anne.
I don't get really scared by much at all, really, because I'm just so fascinated by it all. I want it to be happening. I think two of the best places that I've been to was Rougham Airfield. We were sitting in the actual observation tower part of the tower, the glass part, and we'd actually been singing Glenn Miller songs, and we heard footsteps outside on the metal steps coming up to the tower. We thought it was the chap who was coming to move us round. And everybody went out to see him and have a look, and there was nobody there.
Cool.
And
Yeah.
John and another chap in the group and one of the girls did everything they possibly could to recreate the sound of these footsteps on the metal stairs, and couldn't do it. They were definitely Air Force, Army, military boots on those metal stairs. So so that's one of my favourite places is Rougham. Yeah, and of course, you know, we've got to say the centre. I mean, we love the centre. I think everybody does. We've had such interesting experiences there. One of which was Jane's séance when everybody popped in after the carnival.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember that? Yeah. And just very, very good experiences. So yeah, it's got to be up there with them. Not
Thank
just
you.
saying it, Neil. Not just saying it.
Well, I wouldn't expect you to just say it. Okay. Next question is from Ant. I'll ask you all
Easy
about
to
this
know,
one, including Jane. What form of protection do you think is needed for each investigation?
I think part of me says protection is the wrong word. I think it's all down to intent.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely convinced by talismans, although I think if you believe they work, they tend to work. Things like black salt and crystals and other things. I think it has to come down to intent and controlling your own energies, really, actually getting a feel for what's happening.
Yeah.
I mean, we have done sort of group protections, but if nothing else, what that does is that helps everybody concentrate. It gives them something to rely on. It gives them a mechanism to close themselves down, to shut off, to think about what like to push, an unwelcome spirit away or ease them away.
Okay.
But rather than protection, it's that survival mechanism almost.
Okay. What about you, Anne?
I think for protection, it's important for the guests. I think more. Again, like John says, it's the intent. You go with the intent of who you want to come through. Like, for instance, on a Ouija board, the intent is there. Obviously, for events, we open and we close them, because I think the guests need to feel that they are protected during the event, and that they're not going to take anybody home with them. And we always say to them that if they're going home with anybody, they've brought them with them in the first place. And they like to know that boards and other things that we use for communication have been closed down. For myself particularly, I just sort of have a little bit of quiet time and meditation, and ask people to step forward and tell them that I've got the respect for them, and like somebody earlier said, thank them at the end of the night.
Yeah. Okay, we'll pass that over to Adam. What do you reckon about protection, Adam?
I basically agree with what John and Anne said. It's about the intent. As long as you protect yourself, and we protect the guests at the beginning and the end of the event, and we're also doing like a Ouija board session as well. Make sure you know how to close it down properly and everything. So in order to protect yourself and also the guests that are using it, because I've led many Ouija board sessions and took part in them, and also led one at the Four Crosses as well.
Yeah.
Back on the party before lockdown.
Okay.
Party before lockdown.
Jane's comment on.
Well, my thoughts. I mean, up at the centre, we don't use any protection at all, do we? We always push everything to the max anyway. But that's not saying that we're reckless or careless. We do make sure anybody who comes to the centre, if they want the protection, if they want safeguarding, they will have our fullest support in that. But also, we do when we go into these experiments, and we do we do want to push it to the max. We are fully aware of the risks. We do the risk assessments. We're fully aware of everything that's going on, and we do discuss it, and make sure we're all safe while anything like that's going on. So but that's just our way of working.
Yep. Okay. Another question for all of you here, including Jane. And do you think it is right to clear a location of spirit without the owner's permission? That's a juicy one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very controversial, isn't it? Very,
Yeah.
very
So
controversial.
let's start with you then, Anne.
Yeah, it's very controversial because you have to wonder whether the spirit wants to be there for a start off, if they want to be there. And is it our right to expect to keep somebody chained to somewhere that they're not happy and want to move on from because it's a money spinner?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, I think the thing to do is to be upfront at the beginning of an investigation, or when you're making arrangements to investigate somewhere, to say to the person, if we come across a spirit that is distressed and asks for help to move on, what are your feelings on this? And then whoever owns that location, you know, you have to respect in some respects what they say. But who are we to say that a spirit should be there for commercial purposes?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you all agree on that one?
Yeah.
I mean, the obvious thing is, does anybody actually own a spirit unless they're attached to you because they like to be with you?
Yeah.
And even then, you don't own them.
No.
I mean, are we talking some sort of spiritual slavery here?
That's right.
It's a difficult one.
It's
a
difficult.
minefield.
Let's bring Jane in. What your thoughts, Jane? Well, I know what your thoughts are.
Yeah, I think it's really down to the spirit. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily clear a location of a spirit. That might be the wrong way to describe it as such. I have laid open a path for a spirit to leave if it wants to in a location. That's not clearing the spirit. That's allowing the spirit to leave if it wants to. And you know, at the end of the day, they have free will as well. And you can't, you know, I think it's very unfair to trap a human soul into a place if they don't want to be there. And I think it's not necessarily a case of clearing it. It's allowing it to leave if it wants to. If it wants to stay there and it wants to come back, that's perfectly fine. But like John says, nobody owns a spirit. You know, just because you own the building, you don't own you don't necessarily own the spirit. But you know, but at the same time, you know, spirits, you can still clear spirits and they can still come back anyway. You know, we've had this experience.
I agree entirely with you there, Jane. I mean, I won't name the place, but Donna and I and John were at a venue where when you walked in through the door, it was worse than awful. Donna's a sensitive and an empath, and so am I. And there was another person there with us who also could pick up on the grief and the distress that you picked up when you walked into this place. And like you say, we didn't clear or move anybody over, but we allowed them a path and told them that if they wanted to pass over, they could. It was up to them. And actually, the building felt lighter when we left it, when we walked in. But it was one of the most awful places I've ever been. And I'm not going to name it on here.
No.
Okay, but yeah, you're right. I mean, perhaps I was wrong to sort of say, well, you would have to comply with what the owner of the building wants. But then again, I suppose if you ask them that sort of question and then they think that you might be allowing spirits to move on of their own free will, you wouldn't get the booking anyway.
Yeah, but in my experience, not all the owners are entirely aware of all the spirits they've got in the building anyway. They know it's haunted. They don't know every single spirit that they've got there. And as long as they're getting the money in and they're selling it to teams, that's okay. But they're never fully aware of everything that's there in the building anyway.
The the way we do it at the centre, though, isn't it, Jane? You know, all the spirits at the centre are here because they want to be here.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have not contained any spirits here at all, and they know full well if they want to go somewhere else, they'll go. They're not
Yeah.
held in, and we would never ever do that.
Well, you can
No.
tell that from the feel of the centre when you walk in the door, can't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can feel that
And-
it's a friendly place. Yes, you've got one or two spirits that are a bit darker, but
Yeah.
on the whole, you can feel the friendliness as you walk in through the door.
Yeah, and even when they have come through, like the little boy that came through when we did the work with the shelter, he wanted reuniting with his mum, so we moved him on.
Yeah.
It's not,
Yeah.
you know, it's not a case, you know, and he purely came to us for help because we could help him. So, you know, we could have quite easily have said no and left him there, and I don't feel that that's right.
Yeah.
No.
No,
definitely.
no, exactly. I do believe that. I think, you know, if people want to come back and visit, then, you know, hopefully they're as free to do that in life as they were in spirit as they were in life.
Yeah, and I also feel as well that it is a bit of a you know, give and take. If spirit are going to give me activity and enable me to work with them, I have to in return give back to spirit at times.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
There's lots of comments about different stones and crystals and things about protection and the reason for them. So I won't put them all on because we'll be here all night. Okay, Stefan says, have any of you ever experienced, excuse me, contact with an animal spirit?
Do you want me to take this one?
Yeah,
John?
Yeah.
can do.
Okay.
I can't say
Yeah,
I
we
have,
had
I haven't.
we had an investigation. We went on an investigation where there was a dog, and the dog seemed to be sitting on a bar stool.
Mhm.
And then we found out from the spirit that was there that the person, the human spirit, as it were, used to take his dog to the pub, and the dog used to sit on a bar stool. And this chap, his name was Jim, was hilarious.
Oh, yes, I
Absolutely
remember Jim.
hilarious. John's got footage of it. The best table tipping I have ever seen.
Yeah.
This chap then went on to tell us that he had also, as well as the dog, had a parrot. It was in the 40s, and he called this parrot Goebbels. And he told us that he used to play a trick with his kids. He taught the parrot how to lie on the bottom of the cage with its legs up in the air, as if playing dead. And the kids had come down, and they'd stand around the cage, and they'd be all weepy. And then the parrot would suddenly spring up and go, "Got ya!" like this. And he taught the parrot to do this.
Yeah.
And the kids fell for it every time. And his name, as I say, it was in wartime, and he called the parrot Goebbels. And the kids used to come down, see the parrot flat on the cage, and then the parrot would suddenly jump up and go, "Got ya!" It was hilarious.
Great night, that one. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good night.
Okay, let's put Donna's comment up. Donna says, I met an animal spirit who was a squirrel with an American accent. Well, I laughed at and not seen him since.
Obviously put him off, Donna.
We'll have to ask.
Isn't it right that the grey squirrels come over from America anyway? Isn't it native?
Yeah.
Red squirrels are native to
Ah.
UK, aren't they? But grey squirrels came over from America anyway.
Yeah.
So interesting. If it was
America,
a
Canada, aren't
squirrel, he
Very good.
maintained his accent.
Yeah, the grey squirrels were brought in from America to control the red squirrels. And now we don't see any red squirrels, do we?
I think they're more in Scotland, aren't they? I think there's a few still in
Yeah.
Scotland up north.
Okay then, guys, I'll ask all of you in turn, if you could investigate one location in the UK, where would it be? Let me just put Laurie's comment up. Laurie says, Now, don't blame the Yanks.
Why not, Laura?
Oh, bless her.
Okay then.
When I
So,
said the schools were like the GI.
one location in the UK. Where would you like to go?
Ooh, for me, it would probably be the Wilderness Centre in the Forest of Dean,
Yeah.
as that's where we met. We went there with Jane and her team before lockdown,
Yeah.
and it still has many answers there that still need answering for a further investigation. As I remember, when we were all in the hall, weren't we? And we unlocked the Great Hall, and a toilet roll had been moved. There was a little downstairs toilet, and the toilet roll had been placed directly in the middle of the Great Hall, and the hall was locked the entire time we were out there.
Yeah.
So that was very strange.
Yeah, we'd been there early in the day. And, yeah.
Okay, that's your choice. What about you, John? Where would you like to investigate?
I think I'd love to do the Edinburgh Vaults.
Yeah.
I think there's something about the history of those and the idea of those just being shut away for so many years. I find fascinating anyway, as a building, if nothing else.
Yeah.
But yeah, given their history and the tales about Edinburgh Vaults.
Yeah, it's an amazing place. We've been once, haven't we, Jane?
Yeah.
It's a cool place.
Yeah.
Okay, Anne, what about you?
I would love to can't wait to go back to Drakelow Tunnels.
Mm-hmm.
Love Drakelow Tunnels. And also some of the bunkers that are now opened up for people to investigate. I have a fascination with wartime. I mean, I can't wait to come back to the centre, to the war room. Now you've got the shelter, I'm buzzing with that. I have an interest in both the First and Second World Wars anyway. So, yeah, definitely Drakelow for me, and the nuclear bunkers that are now opening up.
Yeah, that's what Donna says. Anywhere underground draws me in.
Yep. Yeah. Drakelow, yeah.
Laurie says Drakelow creeps her out.
Oh.
I must admit, there's no way you get me down Drakelow tunnels on my own.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not sure about on my own. I think I'd want to know there were other people around. It's too easy to get lost.
Yeah, it's a freaky place.
Yeah, you can imagine getting lost in there, can't you, and never being found?
Yeah.
It's like something out of a horror movie, isn't it? That. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or getting lost in there and then coming out and finding you're in a different time zone.
Yes.
Well, anywhere as long as it's not 2020, I'm fine.
Yeah.
What if you came back in? What if you came back in 1999 though? Sorry, 2019.
Yeah.
I was going to say
2019, and you had to do it all again.
No, I wouldn't do it all again.
I'd rather go forward in time.
I must admit. Have you ever been down to Hellfire Caves?
I have.
Yeah. Oh no, I haven't.
I went down there with Barry Guy and his team. When was it? It must have been 2019, I think it was. We did have some weird experiences. I was stood there. I can't remember the name. I think it's Kate. Kate, is it part of Barry's team?
Oh yes, Kate.
Yeah, I think I was with Kate on that night. We were stood in the tunnel. Well, I think it's Kate. She'll probably be wondering what I'm on about if she's watching.
Kate Ray, isn't it? Kate Ray.
I remember she was a medium because she was sensing that someone was with us, and the tunnel was pitch black. And someone moved in the gravel beside us, and there was only me and I think it was Kate. I couldn't see because it was dark. I presume it was. It was only me and her in there, and whatever it was freaked me out. I didn't stay there long afterwards. But there was only me and her in that section of the tunnel, and to hear the movement of gravel next to us when there's no one else was about was quite spooky, unless it was a rat. But I don't know what would freak me out most, the rat or the ghost.
Okay,
but no, it's a good place.
Jacqueline says, I was at Drakelow with Adam once.
Yes, it was that was the one before lockdown, I think. Yeah, it was with MJ. Went down there with MJ, I think, the month before we got locked down. So I definitely have to do the 7-hour investigation again, or was it 8 hours? I think it was 8 hours, one of them. But that was a good investigation. We got some good EVP responses through there.
Yeah. Okay. Laurie says Drakelow was the only time I've been terrified. Liz, MJ were there too. I like it when people say they were terrified.
Yeah.
Smell of fear, yes.
So,
the other places that I think are fascinating to investigate are the old hospitals and asylums.
I'm dying to go to Newsham.
Yeah, the problem is a lot of them have been given over to either hospital offices or community health offices now, or social care, and you can't get in them.
Yeah. Okay. Liz says small groups down Drakelow definitely get more.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think sound travels down there, doesn't it?
It does.
It's the same with so many venues, isn't it? That's a problem with big groups in so many places is sound contamination.
Yeah. Okay, Laurie says we called the investigation at midnight when we had Drakelow until 8.
Oh gosh.
Oh, that sounds interesting. You'll have to tell me more about that.
Tell us more, Laurie.
I like the sound of that.
That's one for Amy, I think. Why we left 8 hours early.
Yeah. Obviously, this year is over anyway. So, do you think we're going to get back to normal soon, or what do you think? It's going away from the paranormal bit. It's going on to the COVID. Do you think we're nearing the end of it, or do you think we've got it for another year or 2 years?
I sadly don't think we'll be going anywhere
in the next 2 months, will we?
Earlier than March, if at all. I mean, part of the work I do at the moment is for NHS Test and Trace, and I'm seeing the figures coming through every day. And sadly, it's not going away.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether we'll go into another lockdown. I think a lot of us are probably heading towards tier 4, if not a national lockdown again, especially based on today's figures, which are high without Scotland and Northern Ireland giving their figures in, because they've had a break from collecting their figures over Christmas, or publishing, should I say. So, I mean,
Go on, James.
So is that due to people mixing at Christmas then?
It doesn't seem
too early for that, isn't it?
It is too early for that. It's just I've certainly seen a change in the figures, and it reflects what's happening in the southeast. In that, there's this new strain of this virus that is very easily passed on to people. It spreads easily. I've certainly seen over the Christmas period, when I've been working, a rise in the amount of people that I've been contacting down in that part of the country.
Yeah.
It's been really interesting to do, actually, because I've seen it changing as the year's gone on. I've seen the changes. From us at the beginning, we never had a child come through as a positive case. It was elderly people with underlying conditions, and yet now we're seeing children. Nearly every shift I do, there are children. It's a very sneaky virus, very sneaky.
Yep. Okay, let's get a few more comments on. Laurie said it chased us out.
What chased you out, Laurie?
And she says 5 trips to get the equipment in, 1 to get it out.
Can't get that right.
Mandy says, yes, I'd like to do Edinburgh Vaults, but definitely not on my own. Colette says, I've been to Newsham Hospital. It was okay, not much activity. Caught an EVP though, been there twice. It's very dangerous now. It's falling down. And
Yes,
there are
sadly, yeah.
places in the hospital you cannot investigate. That's a shame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Liz says it's just not worth the risk until more people have had the vaccine or the virus isn't as widespread.
Yeah.
That's right, Liz. Yeah.
I mean, it's safe to say the vaccine's with us now, probably for years. It's our resistance to it. It's the vaccine. It's if we end up with another variant that's less contagious or has less damage to us that makes a change to how we move on.
Yeah. Mandy says Scotland is in full lockdown since Boxing Day for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And I do think we're going to follow, but
yeah.
Wouldn't surprise me.
So when we're able to get out there, where would you like to investigate first?
Well, we booked with yourselves first.
A few times, haven't you?
but we do have we have a venue booked, and it's March the 20th. We're still waiting to hear whether or not they will still allow us to go. We're not advertising tickets yet, but we will do if they say yes. And our first venue, if we can, on the 20th of March, will be the Manor House or Bromwich Hall in West Bromwich.
You've been before?
We've been to visit. It's not really been investigated much, I don't think, before. I think most Haunted went there, didn't they? I think
they did. Yes,
they went years ago when it was a pub.
2003, they went there.
But it was a pub then. But it was a pub then.
Right.
So that would be one of our first. Yeah. So it's you know,
Fingers
it's waiting.
crossed.
Fingers crossed. Everything crossed and waiting to see, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay then. We're nearly, that hour's gone flying by again.
Flying by.
Yes.
Yeah. So tell everybody who's watching how they can get in touch with you or how they can follow you.
The easiest thing is probably find us on Facebook.
Yeah,
we have.
We're out there.
Look for Spiritus Nexus, and there's also a Spiritus Nexus VIP group which we started as well. But Spiritus Nexus on Facebook at the moment.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So final word, Jane, to these guys?
Yeah, it's just been lovely to catch up with you all, and I'm glad you're all staying safe. Hope you all had a lovely Christmas, and just Happy New Year to you all. I'm just hoping it's not too long before we see you up at the centre again.
Yeah, and lovely to see you, Jane, and of course Neil. Lovely to see you, and best wishes from us to you for continued recovery and that, Jane.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. So
love you, Neil.
And you, Anne.
I'm not going to say that, Neil. Love you, Jane.
Is our daughter there? Is Amy there?
Amy's here, yeah.
Hey, your mum's here.
Your mum's here, she's here. She's going to come around and say,
Mum and Pops are here.
I'm going to kick you out now.
Okay then.
Time already.
Great talking.
See you all soon.
Have a good
Good luck to all groups in 2021. Bye.
Bye. Happy New Year.
Oh, that was good.
Let's kick them from the studio. That was nice seeing them again. Okay, we are now waiting for Von to join. She's not joined yet, so we'll have a chat between ourselves, Jane.
Yeah, it's been good. I love just chatting to all the teams and finding out how they're getting on and what they've been doing and how they come together and just listening to their stories and how they like to work.
Yeah, it's good. There is our Von.
Thursday, bring attention
Hello.
Hello, can you hear us?
Hello.
Can you hear us, Bon?
Hello.
Hello.
I don't know if you can see me.
I can see you. Can you hear us, Bon?
I can.
Yeah.
Hello, I can now look at me. Yes.
Are you watching the feed on another device?
I was.
Can you turn that off? Because we're getting...
I am. I'm taking them off now. Right.
Okay. Okay, here's Julie as well.
Whew.
See me? Oh, yeah.
Julie, yeah, pleased to see you.
Hello.
So, okay.
Been struggling to get her on all day.
There's nothing to worry about.
There is. So
No.
right.
Just relax. It's just a friendly chat with friends.
It is.
Yeah, it's actually nice to see you, Von, because you join our live feed every time, don't you?
I know, but I prefer it at the other side of the camera.
Don't worry, I prefer being the other side of the camera. Okay then. So if anyone doesn't know you, Von, tell all the viewers a little bit about yourselves, because you've put Matrix Paranormal.
Yes, where are we? That's that. Matrix Paranormal.
I'm me.
Everything's the opposite way on.
I know, it's weird, isn't it?
Right,
okay.
Right.
Let's put a comment up. Jacqueline says it's lovely to see you, Von.
Oh, thank you, Jacqueline. Thank you for your support.
Everybody knows you, but we've not seen you before, so it's lovely.
I don't think anybody has. Even when we're doing a live, I don't show myself.
No, you don't. So how did you start up then?
Well, I was originally with another couple of teams, but they were... We'll just say we moved on. I moved on from there. I wanted to do it my way.
Yeah.
So I started up. Julie and Jeff's currently working.
Oh.
But Jeff's going to try and get on.
Okay.
God help us. So he's the naughty one out of us. So we started off just going out and invest because I was out on my own. And I don't drive motorways, so I wanted to do more local.
Yeah.
I do know a lot of other teams out there. So I thought, well, we'll go with the collabs. This was before all the COVID started. So Julie and Jeff joined me. My two mods is Sharon, who lives in America, and Brenda Ray. I think you've probably heard of Brenda.
Yeah.
She lives in Scotland. She's the mama of our group. So we've just taken it from there, really. We've done it our way. We've started really basic, no equipment, nothing. I have done a lot of ghost investigations before with other teams. With booking teams like Haunted Happenings. They were my favourite. I must admit, I went on quite a lot with them. But I've been out with other teams as well who've all been good.
Yeah. We know Haunted Happenings. We know Hazel quite well.
Yeah, it used to be... I can't think of his name now. A while back.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've had quite a lot of experience. But I needed to learn from the beginning.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, let's put some comments up for you.
Oh God.
Brenda Ray, who just mentioned.
Brenda!
Hi, Liz says, "Hey, we'll be gentle."
Oh, thank you, Liz.
Of course we will.
Liz has had her turn tonight.
Yeah, Willie says, like the team logo, very snazzy.
It is. we've got all our own crew set, and Mark. Thank you for your support, Mark. And it's another small team.
Yeah.
KMPE. Carl Precious, that does all our designs for us, and he does all our logos for the group and everything as well. So, like his page as well. Plug him there.
Yeah. Because he was going to come on, was it last night? I think it was. But he had to go work, so
yeah,
unfortunately. So, but like, yeah, it's lovely to see you. So we asked this question to everybody. What's your favourite location that you've investigated? We'll start with Julie, because she's sitting there nice and quiet.
She always is. Send the questions our way.
Okay, so your favourite location?
Probably the mine. That's a good location.
Yeah. What mine? All right.
We've had a lot of activity, but we went to the gunnery. I don't know where it is.
The artillery site.
Yeah, we got some good photos from there.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Right. What about you, Vaughn? What's your favourite so far?
My favourite overall, I would say it was Chillingham Castle. Out of all of them that I've ever done, we got some really good activity in there, which really was scary at the time, but now I understand it more. I definitely want to go back.
So was that a few years ago?
It'll be about 6 years ago now.
Oh, that's a long time in this field, isn't it? 6 years.
It is, especially what I know now. I really need to go back and do a full investigation now.
Things change so quick.
They do.
Okay, we've got a question for you from Andrew. He says, "What's your favourite TV paranormal show?"
Well, I have to confess, Andrew, I don't have any because I don't watch TV.
Best way.
I don't watch any of them. I used to watch Most Haunted years ago when that first came out, but it just went from being excellent to naff. Basically.
So, yeah. Paranormal Lockdown.
You love Paranormal Lockdown. Okay, let's put Laura's comment. She says, "Better say Paranormal Capture." Laugh out loud. Paranormal Capture was a fantastic show.
Actually, Paranormal Captured, I will admit, I've got that on my to-do list to watch it all back because I've been following people's pages, and that is one of them that's on it to watch back. Right. It's got the full series on.
Oh, cool.
And well, there's 2 or 3 actually.
Yeah, Paranormal Capture. I think you've definitely got to watch. I think it was episode 3
and 6.
Yeah,
and 3 and 6 because you might recognise because we're on that.
All right.
Not that I'm biased, of course.
You are.
Yeah, you know me.
I know you do.
Okay, Willie says you're not missing much. Yeah, I there's not many I watch. I certainly don't watch the American ones because
no
disrespect to the American ones, Laura, of course. It's just that I do like watching the English shows. What about you, Julie? Do you watch any paranormal shows on TV?
Just the American ones.
Or you like Ghost Adventures and things like that? Yeah. I tend to watch YouTube now.
Yeah, I watch a lot of YouTube and I watch a lot on the internet, like these shows.
Yeah. Well, I think you watch every single show, don't you? So you ain't got time for much else.
Yeah, I'll catch up. I do watch a lot, actually, a lot of shows, and I learn a lot from different groups.
That's why we do it. Yeah, well,
thank you all for that.
We enjoy it as well, obviously, but we try and help people. Liz says, "Where would you like to investigate outside of the UK? Money, no object." I like the sound of money, no object.
Yes.
So where in the world, where would you like to go?
Alcatraz.
Alcatraz.
Yeah,
Would
we've been
be
talking
one of
about
my.
Alcatraz,
We've been talking about going, haven't we?
Really? Blimey. That is the most common answer, Alcatraz.
Well, I'm going to America hopefully in January, February time. So I'm hoping that I'm going to be going somewhere good in Virginia area because that's where we'll be staying.
Virginia, is that the southern area?
Yeah, I believe it's Wild Bill's area.
Oh, right. Yeah, you can meet up with Wild Bill.
Yeah.
I think all his
Be
grave
nice.
and everything's still there, isn't it?
Sorry?
I think all his grave and everything's still there, isn't it? Like Calamity Jane, and I think all their graves are still there in that area.
Yeah, well, Sharon, who's our mod, she lives the Blue Ridge Mountains in Virginia. That's where I'll be staying. So she's going to look up some local ones for us.
Yeah, fantastic.
It's all this COVID lark.
Yeah,
That's stopping everything.
Let's get rid of COVID. Laurie says, I hope you like Paranormal Captive.
I'm sure I will, Laurie.
And
Thank
then
you.
she said, I don't want the US ones either. So that's good. Okay, Ant says, what's the worst location you've been to? And why was it so bad?
It depends. Yeah, for me, I would say Fenton for the fear factor.
Yeah.
That was really we actually got photographs 3 airmen on that one.
Yeah.
But we did get some. Unfortunately, it was with my last group, but we did actually get it on video. Of us talking to spirit interaction there. But I think my worst one was where I've had the only time that I was affected badly, and that was at the doctor's house at Hampole in South Yorkshire.
Ooh.
And that was terrible.
What about you, Julie?
I've never really had a bad one, I don't think.
That's good. Okay, question from Jacqueline. If you could buy any piece of equipment, what's on the top of your wish list?
Go on, Julie.
I think it's
You're thinking the SLS?
yeah, SLS.
SLS.
That's for Julie.
Yeah.
Mine, a very good camera and recorder.
Yeah.
That would be mine.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not into the gadgets.
You're not
very much now.
Would you rather just use your own senses then?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pen
and paper, quiet.
Yeah.
Tape recorder.
Do you use a medium at all?
No. Julie is sensitive.
Yeah.
I sense things, but I'm not a medium, or I wouldn't even call myself a sensitive.
Yeah.
It's just what I feel myself.
Yeah.
It does get scary because it's too accurate sometimes.
Yeah, you pick up names, accurate names on. You do.
Yeah. Brilliant. You got a question for these two ladies, Jane?
Yes. What got you into the paranormal, and what sort of age did you start having the interest?
My mum got me into paranormal. She were into it at a very young age.
Yeah.
But then experiences myself. I remember from a very, very young age.
Yeah. What about you, Yvonne?
Mine. I used to see things when I was younger, but I wasn't quite sure. I always knew there was something else, but I wasn't sure. And obviously I still can't get the proof. But I think the thing that really made me into it was when I had to finish up getting one of my houses exorcism performed on it.
Really?
Yeah, it was when I'd had my little boy. And for months, well, I would say a couple of years before, things have been happening in the house, and we used to treat it as a joke. I used to have a spare room, and my brother and my nephew and other people would stay in that spare room, and we used to like put the alarm clock on the mantel shelf because we knew it would finish up on the cabinet next to the bed. And if my brother went for a shower or anything, his shirts and things would be hung up on a coat hanger when he came out. And we had a pup that would never go up the stairs. Anyway, things escalated, and like I say, we used it as a joke. Lots of people had witnessed it. But then one night I'd gone to put my son to bed because he would never sleep. And he slept in my room, and we had a long hallway, and this thing appeared, this human shape, very clear, straight across, and where I had a safety gate, I thought, am I seeing things? And with that, it stepped through the safety gate, and I literally picked my son up off the bed and flew out of the house to the neighbour's house. And I wouldn't go back in until the vicar that had actually christened him wouldn't entertain it.
No.
But I got it was a Presbyterian padre that had served in the army, and he came and did it. And he was really good. He said that he'd felt a man pass. He followed all his history through his church records and everything, and found out it was a young man that used to live there who got killed in the war. And his mum and dad lived there. So then I felt a bit guilty for getting rid of him, because they said it was just the energy and the love that had brought him through.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess a lot of people have done that sort of thing, haven't they?
So that was the main thing that got me going with it all.
So that set you on your journey.
I saw lots of things after that, but that didn't. I always knew there was something. I always knew that I would want to find out what it was all about. But with having children at the time, I didn't have the time to do it then.
Okay, let's put a few more comments up. Willie says, don't watch mine, we are filled. Okay, I don't know if you know Willie, but he's part of Three Spirited. And they use some colourful language with Three Spirited.
All right.
They were that bad.
They're colourful. Oh, apparently they're toned down a bit. Laurie says, go about Alcatraz. Laurie says, go soon. They're talking about closing it.
No way.
That'll be a shame. And Liz says, oh my God, no, I need to go.
We need to go, Julie. Get saving.
I don't think they will close it. It's making a lot of money out of it.
No, it's a shame to close it, though, wouldn't it?
It would.
It depends how good it is.
Yeah. Laurie said, lots of good places in Virginia. You'll love it.
Ooh. Lovely, Laurie. I'll have to speak to you later about it.
Yeah. Okay, then. This is an interesting question. This says, if you could investigate with anyone, past or present, who would it be?
I know mine is. Who's yours, Julie?
I don't know.
You tell us first then, right? And give Julie a minute to think about it.
Mine would be Stephen Hawkins.
Stephen Hawkins.
Yeah, cool.
I just think he is.
Yeah.
I just think he was mind-blowing.
Yeah.
I think he had more answers to everything than what he had a chance to give us.
Yeah, it'd be interesting, certainly, wouldn't it? What about you? Any ideas, Julie?
No.
No, go on.
I thought about it.
Okay, let's fling that open to Jane then. What about you, Jane? Who would you like? But apart from me, of course.
Yeah, well, I think somebody asked me this the other night, didn't they? At that time, I did say Houdini because I think he would have been brilliant with his, he's very much into the paranormal, wasn't he? And with his experiments and in search of his mother and stuff like that. So I think he would be a very interesting person to investigate with. But
Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty much up to investigating with anybody, really.
Yeah, I would find it interesting with any. Well, I don't think I'd be like for pop stars or film stars. I'm more into somebody who's got a lot to tell me.
Yeah. I'm not into celebrities, I must admit.
No.
Because they're not celebrities nowadays, are they?
No.
Oh, and just remind me about the one I'd like to investigate with.
Oh, David Bowie, it must be.
Yeah, David Bowie, obviously, yeah. But there's also Gillian Anderson from the X-Files.
Oh. I'll tell you what, we'll agree together on John Lennon.
Oh, definitely John Lennon. Oh, yeah, I think that'd be interesting.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
He was amazing.
See how well you know me, Yvonne.
I went to his exhibition. Well, it was the one that Yoko Ono had done last 2 years ago.
Yeah.
At Edinburgh. It was fantastic.
Yeah, so what sort of things they had up there then?
Everything that had never been shown before.
Really?
Mm.
That'd be cool.
So if ever you see it, get yourself down there.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I'd
If
like
you
to
see
see
it
that.
advertised anywhere.
I remember just a couple of weeks before he was murdered, me and a few mates went to Liverpool, went to the Cavern and all around where, Strawberry Fields and all the areas.
Oh, yeah.
So I was really getting more into John Lennon then, and I woke up one morning, got ready for work, and they announced on the news he was dead.
Mm.
I was a bit gutted.
We went and laid some flowers at the Strawberry Fields Memorial when we went to New York.
Yeah.
That was nice.
Yeah, I think we could do with the John Lennon around nowadays.
Oh, definitely. With this government.
Yeah.
Definitely.
More comments. Mr. Stephen Hawkins would have some really interesting interpretations. Yeah, I think he would. Willie says, tell Amy I save all my best material now for the GHT events. GHT that goes on to tours and they do events, and Amy works for them and so does Willie.
And you get 10% off if you remember.
And Amy, just a reminder, if you're a member of Haunted Antiques, you get 10% discount off their event.
That's even better than Amy. I might keep you to that one.
I see you get 10% discount. And the boss is on tomorrow night.
The boss is on tomorrow night. It's good.
Yeah.
I'll be watching.
Okay then. Willie says I would want to investigate with Alistair Crowley.
I said that.
Yeah, I fancy that one as well.
Yeah, that did freak me out the night you did Alistair Crowley last week.
What, in the sound room? That was a bit of a weird investigation.
It was very weird.
What do you think of his talking?
Awful.
The
voice was awful.
It put the frightness up me, I must admit.
It did me. It was sent shivers down.
I must admit, because you know me, Yvonne, I get these ideas, and these guys just go along with me. But we
Hey, I'll be
started that.
paying Jane and Amy double time for New Year's Eve. Mega books.
Jane's on the mega books anyway, as you know. And I'll give Amy the pleasure of making me cups of tea.
Get stuff, she said.
Yeah, I must admit, during that live feed, I thought it might be a bit risky playing him doing his hymn or whatever it was. But we sat in that sound room and it started playing and it got so heavy. This is no exaggeration. And I was getting a bit nervous.
Yeah.
I was getting a bit nervous because I thought, if I need Jane, she can't come anyway. So I think, oh, I should have waited until Jane was here. And I don't know. I don't know if the viewers saw it, but the table twisted. It did.
I think I commented that it was the first time I'd seen you anxious.
Yeah, and
I'm sure it was on that one.
I was actually quite nervous because I thought, oh, perhaps we've gone too far tonight without Jane there. And of course, then I wanted to know Jane's opinions on things, and I couldn't hear her. It was just like a Dalek. So that didn't go down too well either. And I thought, she can't even tell me what to do. But it worked out okay, didn't it?
Yeah.
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 All good.
So do you enjoy the live feed then?
I do. Sorry?
The investigations when we do, you know,
Yes, I do. I do enjoy it.
Good. Okay, a few more comments.
Oh, yes.
Liz says, I'd like to investigate with Da Vinci. Yeah. And then Yvonne says, Doris Stokes would be good to investigate with, don't you think?
Yeah, Doris.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, hey up, Yvonne.
Yeah.
Hi, Yvonne.
Oh, you know Yvonne?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Yvonne.
That would be a good one.
Yes, it would. Yvonne, do you want to join me?
Okay, let's put out the comments up. Without being rude or anything, would Stephen Hawkins be able to use his voice box as a spirit box?
I think he could communicate without using any form of sound.
Yeah, okay. I don't know if you heard Amy. Amy's just whispered, ask
Get
Von.
confessions. Get more confessions.
Amy just says, what's your favourite live feed? Or live feed show? You know we do all these shows.
Oh, live
What's
feed
your favourite? Bear in mind you're talking to me and Jane.
And me.
No, ignore her.
You know with me what you see is what you get. So I would say yourselves. Never mind, I can hear a groaning in the background, Amy. ETA, Exploring the Afterlife, they've done some really good lives.
Yeah.
Do you know, I can't think of them all. There's that many.
There's so many different groups doing live feeds now, isn't there?
There's lots that I watch. I would say yours is the main one that I've stuck with. Well, from the beginning, really.
From the beginning,
I always go back and catch up with yours. I feel as I've missed out if I've not watched it.
I must admit, it's a bit weird because I can see all the comments coming down and your name's not up there. Because your name's always up there, isn't it? Making comments. And it's a bit weird.
I do feel as though I comment too much.
No.
I do stop myself sometimes.
No, you comment away. You know, we'd always answer you.
Is there any place where you wouldn't investigate?
For me personally, prisoner of war camps. When we saw the ones in Poland, oh my God, I couldn't. Even if I'd gone out with the intention of doing it, I couldn't have done it.
Yeah.
It's soul wrenching, that place.
Yeah. I must admit, I would like to go there. And
I think everybody should see it.
And I admit it because I'm a bit weird, but I would like to go. I would like to go and Jane be there as well to see if Jane could pick up on things. I'm sure Jane would like to go.
Yeah, I would like to go actually. Even like, even if it's just for the lessons, you know, of just visiting such a place that's just had so much trauma and and just such a horrible sort of background. And I think it's a lesson that we should all learn, like you say.
I totally agree.
Oh yeah, definitely a lesson we should all learn. No doubts.
I just don't know. I don't think I could sit and I don't think I could do an investigation.
Yeah.
I do read a lot of the books, things about it, but I couldn't investigate it.
I think it would be very, very emotional.
Oh, definitely, it is just visiting.
And I think if you went there and you walked out without any feelings, you sort of got no human integrity.
You must be dead. You must be stone cold dead if that was the case.
Yeah.
Although I'd love to go Auschwitz, I think the only worrying thing for me would it be too overwhelming?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Too much. Would it be too overwhelming if you were, you know, sensitive and able to pick up on, you know?
Yeah.
Oh my God! I think you'd feel as though you were suffocating, Jane.
Yeah.
Because you just until you've been there, you can't imagine what it would feel like being there, can you?
I think the worst bit that really hit me as well was because when they're telling you the story about it, there was properties along the side that people had actually lived in or worked at the site and were never aware of what was going on further down in the site. They just thought it was factories.
Crazy.
But and there is still people alive today to tell the tales, so.
Yeah. Okay, a couple more comments. Willie said, I would investigate with Neil and Jane.
Yeah, and we'd investigate with you as well, Willie.
I would investigate with Neil and Jane. I want to go to that centre.
It'd be
That's
lovely.
on my to-do list.
It'd be lovely for you to come, Vaughn.
I'm going to win the raffle.
Oh yeah, I'm not making the raffle tonight. There is a raffle, and we will announce it on New Year's Eve during this Parameet. And the prize is to win your own night here. You can do whatever you want. If you want to bring mates down, if you want to sell tickets, anything you want. So it'd be good.
I just want a hotel nearby so that we can stay.
Yeah,
there's some nearby hotels.
There's a Premier Inn down the road.
Premier Inn just down the road.
Oh, that's cool.
So you could always sleep in the dance room.
I'm going to be awake that night. I'll sleep through the day. The following day. You don't think I've waited all this time, nearly 2 years?
Bless you. Yvonne said Auschwitz. And Jacqueline says, Yvonne is usually watching, so it's lovely to see her.
Yeah,
thank you, Jacqueline.
It is really lovely to put the face to the name.
Yeah,
well, I don't know about the face, but...
Okay. Anne said, would we investigate Chernobyl?
Yes.
Yeah. What about you, Jim? Do you agree with that one?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to investigate 9/11 either. I wouldn't want to investigate that.
No.
About that is concentration camp.
Yeah. What about you, Jane? Would you investigate Chernobyl?
If it was safe to do so, and I mean safe by radiation levels and stuff, it would be interesting to know too.
Yeah.
And also, I think a site like the Twin Towers, 9/11. I think just visiting the site would be
that's happening.
Energy, I think it would be fairly overwhelming, but it is on my bucket list to visit there.
It's very nice, Jane, but again, I think you'd really feel it.
Yeah.
We just cried walking around it, reading all the names. That was bad enough.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, I don't know who this was. 100 Antiques. There's Bosworth Hall not far from us. and that's
It's
a fantastic.
Jacqueline.
Jacqueline, and that's if you want to sleep over, Bosworth Hall's a nice place. It's haunted as well.
I'll get no sleep if I stay there.
Willie said last time we investigated Willie and his team, Jane got punched.
Yeah, I did. Got punched in the back and punched at the top of the stairs. Yeah.
Where was that at the centre?
The centre, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, on the back stairs.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a cool night, wasn't it, Jane?
That was a crazy night, and that's when we had the SLS figure coming in and out of the big mirror in the seance room.
Yeah.
That mirror is well freaky.
It's brilliant.
I'm not going to look in it when I come to the centre.
Well, you'll have to watch our live feed.
You'll
have to watch our live feed when me and Jane both go into it together.
Oh wow! Didn't that scare you, Jane? Weren't you worried you never came out?
It did, but I wanted the opportunity to try it, and that's, you know, unless we try it, we're never going to know. But once I was in there, I did feel a bit out of my depth at times. I did feel a bit sort of scared and out of my depth, yeah. But you know, it was a journey that I wanted to do.
Julie, Jane is off this planet. She really is. She really is.
Go off the planet now.
Well, yes, you do. She's unreal.
This is why she gets paid the mega bucks. and I give her a whole year holiday.
She was worn out from the year before, that's why.
You don't know, you wait till next year.
Oh, it's going to be good fun next year. Got some catching up to do.
It's going to be a roller coaster ride next year, I'll tell you what I've got planned.
Oh God, that could be anything then. Don't involve Amy because it'll be even worse.
Oh yeah, she's got to do it all. Okay.
Jacqueline, you'll have to control them all.
Laurie says you shouldn't be nervous, Vaughn, you're natural.
Oh, thank you, Laurie. I don't feel it. The sickness is past now.
Good.
Only Joe.
Honestly, you'd have been in hysterics. I'd put a coffee down. I thought, I've got to have a coffee, so at least I won't get thirsty. And I'd put the higher table round so I could just eat this. And I said, oh, I better go to the toilet now. Once I got settled. And you know when I said to Julie, I'll press the button in a minute. The table collapsed. I forgot to put the legs underneath it. If you would have seen the state I was in. But
no, you're doing fine, both of you.
Could have come over, shouldn't I? Just for entertainment.
No, well, for the entertainment, but I don't want your bugs, thank you.
Okay, comment from Ant. Are you taking a camera into the mirror?
No.
You
no. Can't take anything physical in with you.
No, we
How am I going to hold it? Where am I going to hang it?
She's got to look after me. She'll make you argue out.
Yeah.
Listen, I've been overshadowed twice sitting next to that mirror. I love it. You see what a weird bunch of people that we know.
I know. I might give it a try though.
I'm sure you will.
I think I'll give it a try.
You can't come all the way down here and not sit in front of the mirror on.
No, and I want to go in every room.
Yeah. And you will.
You can on your own. Doing plenty of vigils, you'll be fine.
I don't mind doing some.
Okay,
The
Mark.
doll room, I don't think I will.
Mark said, I would just like to thank Vaughn and the rest of Matrix Paranormal for their continued support.
Oh, bless you, Mark. Thank you.
Nice.
Oh, he is. He's a star, is Mark. I'm hoping to do a collab at some point with their team.
So what's Mark's team called?
Oh, it's just changed it. It's Black Shuck. Come on, Mark, help me out. Black Shuck Paranormal. Is it now?
Oh, is that the one you send me an invite to like or something? Or someone else? To follow.
Oh, I
Hello.
might have done. I might have done. I shared it quite a bit at first.
Jacqueline says Mark is lovely.
Yeah, it's a good friend of Jacqueline's.
Okay, Willie said, how did you come up with the name Matrix Paranormal? That's a good question, Willie.
Well, that's what it is, isn't it? It's just the old paranormal is just a matrix. It's all just a mixture of everything, and it all leads off somewhere else. And whatever you look into, it leads to somewhere else. So it's just continual.
Yeah, that's good.
I just liked it.
That's good. Mark says Black Shuck.
Black Shuck.
There you go. So everyone's watching, follow Black Shuck as well.
Yeah.
And of course, follow Matrix Paranormal.
And can I just drop a couple of plugs for another couple?
Of course you can.
Wings Paranormal.
Yeah.
They were hoping to come on tonight, but they're not. One of them's not very well. So, but if for AJ with Wings, and they're two ladies, they're a very small team as well.
Okay.
And also for I can't believe I've forgotten it. Afterlife UK.
Yeah.
They're a very small team as well.
Yeah.
I think they're Lincolnshire, South Yorkshire area, I think.
Yeah. Well, it's all up north to us.
Yeah. If they want to put their links on in the comments at a later stage, they can, and then people can check them out.
We're here for another 3 nights, yeah.
On this, I can't see any of the chat. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
I can't see who's on.
No, I will. Any good comments, I'll put on screen. I can see all the comments. It's just that because it goes out to everybody and people sharing it, we do. I think we've had a couple of not nice comments. I don't want my guests to see unsavoury comments. Not aimed at you.
Oh, I was going to say they'll be blocked.
It's other nights. We've had a couple of comments, and I don't want my guests seeing that. But if a comment comes up and I don't like, I'll just block them who've made that comment straight away. I'm not putting up with any crap.
No, that's what we do. Anything like that, blocked.
You're an idiot.
I certainly don't want. You're my guest. I don't want you seeing that. It comes from, I think we were doing a live seance, weren't we, Jane? Perhaps you were watching Yvonne. We were doing a live seance a long time ago.
Yeah.
And these couple of guys were being so disrespectful to a couple of our guests. I said, that's it, I'm stopping the live feed, and I just turned the cameras off. And then I went on to the members only page. So.
Oh, that rings a bell, but I can't remember what it involved or anything.
They're just being disrespectful to our guests, and I'm not having it.
So. Well, we just don't do drama, full stop. And everybody is so respectful to each other. It's a lovely group, and we don't do it for the numbers. I'm not interested in numbers.
No.
We don't put ourselves out there to get stars or go onto YouTube or anything like that. We just want a little community that we all, look for the same thing and want the same thing.
Yeah, then that's the best way. Patricia says, doing great, Von and Julie.
Hi, sis. I'm sure I'll get constructive criticism later.
You're doing great, I must admit. I think this is Jacqueline again. Someone replied to a comment and offered a reading earlier. I booted him. I think that's, I think that's one of Because Jacqueline did a live feed before we started, didn't she?
Yeah. Totally agree.
Willie says power unity is the way forward. Yeah, that's what we're trying. You're never going to get complete power unity. But if we can do things like this to bring little groups together, like yourselves, and I've seen some comments today that they've said, yeah, they've watched the live Parameet and they've followed other groups, which is nice, and that's
I've done that.
About.
Yeah,
and it'll be nice to meet up if everyone, because we, as I say, once COVID's over, we intend to travel a lot further. And because I've been shielding as well, so it's not been easy. We can't car share or anything like that. So we have met up the odd times at the beginning, but it's just impossible.
It's just a naff year, isn't it?
But what surprised me is the viewers that we've got in the group, they've still said pretty much stayed the same, barring the odd nights with the lives.
That's good.
And I don't know why, because I don't put on everything like your group do or ETA or the other groups, because I won't go on screen.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll have to try, Julie.
Yeah, do it more.
Yeah, it does get easier. No, we've been doing this for years now, haven't we, Jane?
Yeah.
I can remember, Neil, when you first started up, how nervous you was.
Oh yeah, I was terrified. If you knew me 6 years ago, you wouldn't think 1 minute I could be doing what I'm doing.
Yeah.
But
Even
it's
a couple of years ago, you always preferred to be behind the camera, didn't you?
Yeah.
And we know how shy our Amy is.
Yeah. Oh yeah, she's very shy. Montek, we know how shy Amy is. Yeah. Okay, Willie said we love the power unity days at the centre. Yeah, we used to do it once a month, didn't we, Willie? And they were good. Perhaps next year we'll bring them back. But I do think this sort of thing's the way forward to bring more people together. Liz says, I think one positive from all this is the connections we've all made.
It is. It'll be nice to do collabs with other teams, and just share knowledge and experience that other people have got. I love the community side of it.
Yeah, definitely. It's important for small teams like yourselves that, there's no way you'll be able to get into the big locations because of the cost.
I know, it's ridiculous.
If you get friends with other small teams, I know 300 have done this, you can share the cost and go to investigate together.
Yeah.
And once you get to know people, things get easy, don't they?
Well, we have got some good locations all lined up. But, like I say, we just can't get into them or go to them while it's like it is. We can't collab with other teams to split the cost. So I know one of our first ones is probably going to be a theatre that I've got lined up.
Yeah.
We were hoping to go there before Christmas, but obviously that couldn't happen.
Yeah.
So we have got quite a few locations to look forward to.
Yeah, I do like investigating theatres.
This is one of the smallest ones in, well, I believe it is the smallest one in Yorkshire.
Brilliant. Because we did one in Kenilworth, didn't we, Jane?
Yeah.
That was, I did like the theatre, I must admit. Okay, couple of comments. Laurie says, team chairs are great, saves money and a great way to learn new things.
Totally agree, Laurie.
Definitely there.
And I think,
Woody says, definitely good, and we made lots of connections through the centre, especially that weirdo Amy. I don't understand why everyone's got this opinion on Amy. They all think you're weird. Yeah, I do.
Come on, Amy. You know you wouldn't want to be any different.
She would never change.
Oh, we wouldn't want her to.
No, we wouldn't.
She'd be boring, wouldn't she? When you meet her, make sure she's not got a staple gun with her.
Oh, I don't mind.
Because she tends to staple through power cables.
Oh, I'll
centre.
rethink about that one then.
Laurie says, Amy, being called weird is a compliment.
It is.
Well, she's actually, Amy's not that weird, but she comes from Nuneaton, so obviously you don't know Nuneaton, but Nuneaton it is a bit of a weird place. And then Anne says, and my finger. She goes through power cables and Anne's finger. Yeah, that's the type of thing. She's just sitting behind the camera. I can hear what she's saying. So,
can I just say to Anne as well, thank you for your advice, Anne. It worked.
Can you hear that, Anne? One says thank you for your advice. Because they're watching the live feed, but there's a bit of a delay. There's a 4-second delay, so he said thank you. Willie says, I thought she was a brummie. No. Even brummies ain't fans than eating people. We call people because you're an easy target.
We've got to pick on you, Amy. You'd feel left out.
If we don't pick on Amy, you're going to pick on somebody else. So. Laura says, laugh out loud. So be afraid of Amy and power tools. Definitely. There's what concerns me. There's a cordless drill just in front of her.
Yeah, I know.
So I've got to be careful what I say.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Anne says, you're very welcome, Von. I hope it helped massively.
It did, thank you.
So yeah, so would you believe that hour's nearly up?
Yeah.
Thank God.
So what have Matrix Paranormal got in the pipeline then? So when we can all get out and about, what have you got in the pipeline?
Once we can get out and about, and once I've had a fortnight of absolutely running wild like a lunatic at Freedom, then it'll probably be out about 3 or 4 nights a week, depending on when people are working, including myself. But wherever. Pendle, I'm waiting to go to Pendle. My sister lives there, so I've got a free hotel. So she's going to come up with us.
Brilliant.
So, plenty. Bless you, Liz. Thank you.
I think you were. You need to get your confidence and do more of this.
Well, I've done it now.
You've done it, yeah.
Sort of. So I will do it again.
It's going to be easy from now on, isn't it? We were due to go Pendle Hill on Halloween this year.
Yes. It
so
would have been.
We're thinking about it though. Perhaps COVID helped us because Jane wouldn't have been able to go anyway.
Yes.
So I'm quite happy. Not happy. I'm disappointed we didn't go, but I'm happy that when we do go, Jane will be going with us. So,
yes.
Because I'm taking all the. You think Amy's a nutter? You've not met the other hags, have you?
I've seen them in a seance once. Some of them. That was crazy.
You know, Amy's quite tame compared to some of them.
Was that, Jane, was that all hags? I don't know if you can remember it. It was when you was doing a seance
Yeah,
And
we
it
did a
was
live feed, didn't we?
it was
just the hags.
absolutely hysterical from beginning to end. It was
That was
fantastic.
good. Yeah, we
Never
hope to
seen
do
it.
it again when we can get back up the centre. It'd be great to have everybody together again.
Yeah, it was good. It was a good laugh. Even if Yvette Field watched that live feed.
Yeah.
One of the nicest things for me on that night, Julie, Neil's wife, she was quite sceptical, and she's not really had a lot of paranormal experiences, but that night she did see a lot of things, and if anything alone, Julie having those experiences was so worth the night.
Yeah, definitely. It was
good
a great
fun.
night.
And I'll always remember it because I should have been writing, because I was doing a speech the next day, weren't I, Jane, at a supernatural fair. And I said, okay, you hags have the centre. I'll sit home, do the speech. But I started watching them and I couldn't stop laughing, so I didn't write anything. So when we got to this supernatural fair, and the woman said, "Are you prepared anything?" And I said, "No, I'm just going to blag it." So I just blagged it, and it turned out okay, didn't it?
It did. It was a good talk. Yeah, it was really good.
Okay, the last couple of comments.
Oh, God.
Willie said, "Well done, ladies. It's done great. If you're ever brave enough, check out Free Spirited."
I'm going to, Willie. I wrote it down.
You've done great.
Thank you.
Jacqueline
Thank
said,
you.
"You've both been brilliant, and it's been interesting to find out about you and your team."
Thank you very much, Jacqueline.
Final comment. Mark says, "Well done, Bon and Julie. You've done really well."
Oh, thank you, Mark.
And it has been lovely to actually see you.
Well, it might be the last time again for 10 years.
No, it won't be. So I just want to say, so if anyone's watching, check out Matrix Paranormal on Facebook, isn't it?
Yes.
And give them a follow. You share, you do lots of things. You share lots of videos, and it's really interesting. And it's Bond's been following it from day one, which is fantastic. So
I enjoy it.
I just want to say thanks for your support, Bob.
Thank you. And a plug for the centre, get the membership, it's worth every penny.
Well done, Vaughn.
It is. I always remember when we first signed up, and then you sent a message out saying, "Oh, it's for life," and I'm like, "What?"
Yeah.
It's well worth it.
Brenda says you've done well. Done them proud. Done the team proud.
Oh, thank you, Brenda.
So it's lovely to meet you, Julie.
Thank you.
Hopefully we'll talk to you again another day, and it's lovely to see you, Yvonne. No doubt we'll see your name pop up tomorrow night.
Oh, I will. I'm on again tomorrow. Well, I'm not on tomorrow night, but I'll
You'll be
be
watching.
supporting. Yes, and watching.
Brilliant.
Thank you very much for doing the Parameet. It's been fantastic.
Oh, well, thank you for joining us.
Enjoyed it.
I've said this to every team. Thank you so much for giving up your time and coming and joining with us, and just sharing your knowledge and your experiences. It's just this is what makes the Parameet. This is what's made it such a success. People like yourselves who are willing to give up your time and come along.
So now, in the nicest possible way,
kick me off.
I'm going to kick you two out.
See you later. Bye. Thanks a lot.
Bye.
Let's just kick them out of the studio.
There we are.
Here we are.
Willie, if you're still watching, put your link for 3 Spirited in the chat, and then anybody who wants to find you can find it through the link.
Yeah. So, Jane, how do you think tonight has been?
It's been really good. Yeah, another really good night. It's been really interesting just talking to so many different people again. You know, and the thing for us, as we've found in the past, once we start talking to these teams, then they become our friends, and it's just they become friends of the centre, and it's just great to meet so many new people with new ideas, new thoughts, and to just bring it all together.
And also another thing that's been good, especially tonight, is the wide variety. you know, because we've had the venue team, we've had Skeptics Side with the evidence that they've brought through. Of course, we had you and Amy. There's no word to describe the confession show, is there?
It is a bit different.
Cheers, Pops.
It is a really good show.
Yeah,
and then Spiritus, it's nice to see them guys again because we ain't seen them. They're friends of ours for a long time anyway.
Yeah.
And it's nice to meet Von.
Yeah, it's lovely to put the face to the name. So yeah, it's been a great night.
Yeah, so
I hope everybody who's watching, I hope you've all enjoyed it as well.
Yeah, we'll quickly tell you what's coming tomorrow. Okay, at 7 o'clock tomorrow we've got Team Paracom, so that should be an interesting one. 8 till 9 we've got Brooks Paranormal, so we're going to be talking to Linda. So we've not seen Linda for a while since the lockdown, so that'd be nice. 9 till 10 we've got Jacqueline with her Paranormal Path, so we'll be chatting to Jacqueline.
Yeah.
10 to 11 it's going to be another funny one because we've got the Haunted Live guys coming on.
Oh, brilliant! Yeah.
So I no doubt Paul's going to have some jokes ready for us. Then 11 till midnight we got Ghost Hunter Tours, a late arrival onto the scene. So
cool.
We got Andrew coming on, and he's talking about Ghost Hunter Tours, the team Amy actually works for. So I think Amy is going to come on.
I might join him. Yeah.
Amy will come on camera for that as well.
Fantastic! That poor guy.
It just gets better and better, this Parameet.
That means I've got to be on my best behaviour.
Best behaviour because it's Amy's boss.
Yeah.
Yeah, as if
Have we
that's
got a
going to happen.
salute or curtsy?
I shall ask him. So that's it. We're going to say thanks so much for watching. We've had loads of views tonight, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
Again, we've had lots of good feedback about it. So
yeah, brilliant.
Just keep the feedback coming in. Just send us a message. Send me a message. Tell us what you'd like. If you do like the Parameet, because who knows, we might do it all again.
Yes, I was just going to say that. So join us tomorrow at 7, and we're going to do it all again, but with different teams and different people.
So we're going to say good night.
Yeah.
I'm going to go home, have something to eat. The tea's not flowing tonight. I don't know what's happened to the tea. So take care, and we'll see you all 7 o'clock tomorrow.
Yeah. Good night, everyone. Bye for now.